Good evening, everyone. I will begin tonight's Conservation Commission meeting for Thursday, May 9th, 2024. We are meeting in the quiet meeting room, Mashpee Town Hall, 16 Great Neck Road North. Our meeting is broadcast live on local cable channel 8 and also streamed live on the Town of Mashpee website. Before we do begin, if you would like to join me in a salute to our flag. There's one in the back and one up here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We're back here with some new technology, so it's our first time using all of this new apparatus, so forgive us if we get a little IT challenged in the process, but we're going to do our best to keep this thing moving. I'd like to start with a moment of silence. If you would remember all of those, both here in our town and in the Commonwealth, and certainly across the nation, that are suffering from the catastrophic storms that we've been seeing virtually every single day. So if we just take a minute to think of those people. Thank you. Okay. First on the agenda tonight is public comment. If there is anyone here that would like to address the commission with public comment for any issues that are not related to agenda items that we have posted for tonight's meeting, this would be the time. So I'll take that if there is any. Seeing none here in the audience, nobody online that wants to address us? Nope. So we're all set. Okay, great. Moving on to the pre- and post-hearing agendas, I'm going to start tonight's meeting with the presentation from Rich Schall, introduction and candidate for the Conservation Commission. Rich, hi, how are you? Would you like to come up? Yes, and use the microphone so that
Please turn it off, whatever it is. Please turn your music off. Go on mute.
the IT challenge, sorry, but that's not us, that's somebody that's up there. All right.
Meeting room 1. I have no idea.
You should just be able to mute it. Maybe.
Okay, well, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for putting yourself forward for this. We would certainly like to hear from you first, and then I believe the commissioners would have a question or two to ask, and we'll go from there.
So to introduce myself, my name is Rich Saul, live over on Monomscoy Road. Been a resident of Mashpee since 98, 99. Built a house in '01, and in 2019, fortunate enough to, with my girlfriend and my parents, to buy a house on Monomscoy Road. So the property was big enough to put an accessory apartment, so my parents lived in the main house, which they do now, and my girlfriend and I built an accessory house. We went through the process, permitting, the whole 9 yards, and that's where we are now. And it's kind of part of the reason why it brings me here in front of you. Kind of put the cart in front of the horses. We were going to had plans all drawn up for a boat barn in the front of the property by the street. So I kind of made the mistake of cutting some trees down, and obviously that wasn't the right process. So right now, actually, Drew's been out to the house, and Daniel and Drew has helped me through the process. So right now, we're in the process of the mitigation plantings. We're doing all that now. That should be done soon. So it's certainly been a very eye-opening experience for me. I've learned a lot, and I'm not gonna say I've enjoyed it, but I've enjoyed learning about it. And that's kind of one of the reasons why it brings me in front of you. I think it's important. Like I said, I shouldn't have cut the trees down, but learning that now, I think part of being up here, I'd like to help other people go through that process so they wouldn't have to kind of learn like I did. And being on the water since 2019, I've certainly seen some changes, and I'm an avid fisherman. I love being out on the water. I want to improve the water quality here, and I think it's important, and it's one of the reasons why I'm here in front of you, to try to be a member of this committee, to help other people kind of instill those properties and things that I've learned through this. And I have, obviously some other reasons. I've worked for Centerville Fire for almost 27 years. Next year will be 28 years, so I've dedicated those 28 years to public service, and I've loved every minute of it. And I thought this would be certainly a good way to kind of, not gonna say give back, but certainly be part of the town. I love being here, and I want to be here for the rest of my life, and I think that's one of the reasons that I want to be here and participate in this.
Okay, great, thank you, thank you. I'll go to commissioners first and see what kind of questions you would like to ask Richard.
I'll ask a question.
Sure, Aaron?
Richard, if, I'm in real estate, and sometimes when I'm out in the world and people talk about the Conservation Commission, they'll say like, oh, the Conservation Commission, it's all about saying no, and property and, homeowner rights are kind of clipped. How would you describe, if you were out in the world and somebody heard that you were on the commission, how would you describe our role? Well,
and obviously I didn't mention, but I work for the fire department. I have another job. I'm an electrician. I run a small business here in Mashpee, so I am kind of out there, and I do go to a lot of new construction jobs, and I do hear people talk about it. And yeah, people do have things to say about it, but if you abide by the rules and play by the rules, I don't think there's any reason why you can't do what you want to do here in town. And I think it's important to play by the rules. Obviously, that's obviously one of the reasons why I'm here. So I think it's a good thing to talk about conservation in a positive light.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sandy?
Yes. Part of this position involves site visits. Are you willing to do that, to go out on site visits?
Oh, absolutely.
Every week?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And also, courses are offered by the Massachusetts Association for Conservation Commissioners. And these are done, a lot of them by Zoom, so I'm assuming that you would be willing to do that.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's certainly, being up here and being part of this is certainly a learning process, and I'd certainly like to do that.
Okay. Sarah, would you like to ask a question?
Sure. Rich, thank you for coming in. It's very nice to meet you. I would love to hear a little bit more about the electrician work that you do here in town, and if it's mostly new construction or...
Yeah, so I've been in business since, geez, let me think about this. Well, I've been licensed electrician for 35 years. So when I moved down here in '98, I got on the fire department and kind of started a small business by myself. Currently, right now, I have one employee with me who actually works at the fire department with me, but the majority of my work, I should say majority, I do a lot of new construction, and I'm starting to not phase out the new construction, but as I get older, some of these bigger houses, there's a lot of work and it's difficult. So I'm trying to do a little bit more service work, but I enjoy doing it. I get to meet a lot of different people. I'm fortunate enough, sometimes in not the best circumstances with the fire department to meet people, but doing the electrical work, I do meet a lot of people, and I get to interact with them, and I enjoy it. I think part of that is meeting new people, and it's certainly a process, and sometimes it's not easy when you're out there and you're dealing with a husband and wife, and you walk through a house, and I want a light here, I want a light here, and he's looking at me like, no, not that, but it is, I enjoy it, and I've been in business for, 27, 28 years since I got on the fire department, so I'm going to continue to do that when I retire, but there's still plenty of work around, so I'm fortunate enough to do that, and it's been a good second career for me.
Great, thank you. I think it's a good perspective to have. I think a lot of the work that we do intersects with understanding building codes, and that's certainly helpful. But I'd also love to hear if you have any experience with, other than cutting down trees, maybe not knowing that you weren't supposed to, any of our local or state regulations?
Honestly, I can't say that I'm familiar with them. The only thing I kind of learned through the process of building the accessory apartments and going through the permitting there is that I just assumed that anything within 100 feet of the water, that obviously conservation had to get involved, and we got conservation involved when we built it. So I think that was kind of my mindset when we got the plans drawn up for the boat barn, that, I'm like, well, it's up by the street, I'm certainly outside that 100-foot buffer zone. Like, oh, I can cut the trees down, and obviously I was wrong. But as far as my experience with some of the rules and regulations that you people deal with, I'm not very familiar, but obviously I'm willing to learn. And
Sure. I'm pretty new, I'm just learning too. That sounds great. And then just one final question, choosing to live on the water, how do you feel about sea level rise and climate change and how that impacts what we do here?
I think it certainly impacts what we do. Like I said, I've been there since 2019, so I don't have a big time frame to compare it to what it was like 20 years ago. I think I certainly, right now, pay more attention to when a storm comes through when I did when I was living on West Way. So I do see, the water coming, the tide's getting higher. So it's something I certainly pay attention to a lot more.
Sure, fair enough, thank you.
So, Richard, I've got your letter on my screen here, and you mentioned in your introduction that you would like to collaborate on strategies that marry Mashpee's development with environmental stewardship. And I was wondering if you could perhaps elaborate a little bit on what some of these strategies might involve, or maybe what some of your vision is for bringing both development and the environment together.
Yes, well, I certainly think as starting out as a new committee member, a lot has to do with learning and kind of taking leadership from you and learning from that. And I think for me, being on the water, I think seeing those changes, I think gives a perspective that I can bring, and people that are either building down there or doing other things, I think work together to try to help people and move forward with building. I know it's been difficult here, but I think it's important to help people if they have properties that they want to do work on and be able to get those things done. And
Okay. Marjorie, I'm going to go out to you. I know you probably have a question or two maybe that you'd like to ask.
Hey, Marjorie, are you there to ask a question?
That's the only thing that I heard on this, so I'm good. I'm following as best I can, but I'm not getting audio.
She's not getting on it.
So I just checked the audio. Hopefully it works from here on out. So they were asking Rich Saul about some questions. He covered how he's been an electrician for 27 years, as well as on the Centerville Fire
Yes.
Department.
Yes.
As well as answered some questions about how he would host himself in public when people ask questions or he hears comments about the commission or things that are going on in town. As well as Sarah asked questions about sea level rise and how he feels about that and how he enjoys his job as an electrician. So those were asked so far, so if you have anything that rings a bell, we'd love to hear from it.
So you know what? I'm glad that my audio is working now, because I just wanted to say hi to Rich and congratulate him on making the application. And I looked at his information, and I am really looking forward to meeting you in person. Hope all goes well.
thank you. Same for me.
Okay. Any follow-up questions from commissioners? No? Dan, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
No, for me, it's pretty much roundabout. I was aware of Rich's background already just from having on-site meetings with him. And I was very enthusiastic as well because he was, I don't want to say compliant, but he was understanding but willing to want to learn about the laws. So as to avoid confusion in the future,
Yeah.
obviously, but also just because generally, as he said, he's going to live there for a while. And from what I deal with on a basis, that's reassuring for me. That's for certain.
Okay. Drew, I know you're on the Zoom connection as well. Is there a question you would like to ask?
No specific question, just to welcome Rich and appreciate the application and letter of interest to join the commission. And hopefully you can be someone to add to the commission in a positive way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Rich, we follow a policy that's issued from the Select Board. It's called Policy 001, where a candidate comes in and you get a chance to introduce yourself, such as you did, and answer questions that we have. And then we are charged to fill out an evaluation form and submit that to the Select Board. They then, in turn, are the appointing authority, so they would, I'm sure, have you come into a meeting of theirs down the road, a week or 2 or 3, whatever, however it takes to get that scheduled. And they may also have some questions that they would ask once they review our evaluation forms that we fill out and submit. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, great.
Okay? Anything else you'd like to ask
No,
before?
I just thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and hopefully look forward to working with all of you.
Well, thank you.
Very good,
You're
thank
welcome
you.
to stay for the whole meeting and get a feel for what you're buying into here.
Around for a little while, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Okay. So I would ask the commissioners to fill out their forms and get those in as soon as possible.
I would
you-
love it tonight.
If you want to give it some thought, if you do it tonight, great. If not,
I'll look right now.
do it, at your earliest convenience, and either turn that in hard copy, or you could scan it and send it as a PDF. That's fine, right?
Yes,
Good with that?
yes. If you email it, then once I get them all in, I will send them to the town manager's office right away.
And then, once it's complete, they'll take it from there.
I'll take it from there.
Okay, easy enough. I'm going to move now to the, under discussion item, Community Preservation Committee, we have a trail proposal from Colton Atkinson, Mashpee. So, Colton, good evening.
Hello.
I wanted to have you come in and make your presentation before we get into the hearings, because once we get down that rabbit hole, we could be here for hours.
Well, I'll try and be somewhat quick so that I don't keep you here extra long tonight. But yeah, so I have recently submitted an application to the Community Preservation Committee for a feasibility study on trail improvements throughout the National Wildlife Refuge. The general idea would be to research the area and try and get a feel for ways that we could improve access to the trails, to improve recreational opportunities, and to kind of connect communities to them. So if you'll move to the next slide. So the overall project is just to lay the groundwork, because we had a project in 2016, I think, that was to do a greenway throughout a portion of the refuge. And due to some complications that arose after the project was approved, it kind of fizzled out. So the idea here would be to do this feasibility study so that we do that research at the front end. That way, when we come back and we have a thorough plan for what we actually want to do, then it actually gets implemented instead of getting stalled out with the details. So the feasibility study would look into how we can improve the trail access and how we can create a trail network throughout the refuge. And so benefits that this would provide would be an increased recreational opportunity in Mashpee, and then greater usage and appreciation for the natural beauty that we have in the town. And so this would be accomplished by evaluating the proposed trail layout, and then looking at that path network to determine the feasibility of it. So in general, the best way to figure out if this is something the town actually wants is to ask them. So this is something that we have done. We've asked the town through the LCP how they feel about Mashpee and what they think it could use more of. So 84% of the respondents to the survey for the LCP said that they were drawn to Mashpee for the natural beauty of the town. But then only 33% of our residents think that the town is currently meeting the bike trail needs. And then 81% would like to consider bike paths and walking paths very or somewhat important to the town. And then 67% supported an update to the town's bicycle and pedestrian plan to accommodate further build out. So this is kind of an overlay of the proposed trail layouts that I've kind of walked through and assessed the area based on what I think would be reasonable goals for it. And this is the layout that it kind of came up with. We'll go into each of these sections more throughout the planning proposal, though. So this would be the northern section. So the idea here was to kind of try and find ways to connect the community to these trails, find a way to build a trail network that would expand throughout the area, and then try and tie in the recreational areas that are kind of centered in this northern portion of the National Wildlife Refuge. So specifically, when we're talking about connecting communities to the trails, so we have residents that are in Johns Pond that are kind of isolated from the town in terms of recreational trails or pedestrian paths or bicycle facilities, or even a place to walk with their strollers or wheelchairs. And so this would kind of help connect them into that trail network. And then the residents who are near the Mashpee Pond would have access via a Shumet Road, and anyone in the Quashnet Valley and Southport residents would have tie-ins at Old Barnstable, the Piamps Road tie, and the Quashnet Road tie. And then people along the Algonquin Avenue roadway would also have a tie-in as well. So this, yeah, you can see it here as well. Oh, you can go back to that. Okay. And then also tying in the trails to our recreational areas. So we have both the Johns Pond recreational area as well as the Heritage Park and the pickleball courts, which would each directly tie into this trail, the proposed trail network. And then this trail network would also run the entire Northway up to Shumet Road down to Route 151 or Old Barnstable Road. So it would connect all of those, and it would create tie-ins for other existing trails that are in that refuge that would continue to be a non-porous paved surface. So that if people want to take those trails for hiking or for mountain biking, or they just want to get off of the improved trails, they still have that ability, and it would also create a porous trail, improved access to Moody's Pond. And if you go to the next slide, please. So then this is the area in the kind of the town center area. So because it is so close to, say, the high school as well as the Mashpee Commons, one of the ideas here was to create connections to those high trafficked areas, so that areas that people are going anyway have access points to them, as well as, again, to connect the communities around that point to this trail network, and then create a tie that kind of connects the northern portion with the southern portion. Because as it stands right now, you can't get from the Mashpee Wildlife Refuge that is near the high school to the area that extends further south towards the beach, because that trail that's highlighted as a proposed trail in yellow, it doesn't currently exist. So that would be the one portion of this proposed trail network that doesn't currently exist that would then need to be created. All the others are existing dirt roads or dirt paths that are already there, but maybe a little too sandy for you to take a stroller or wheelchair in, or a little steep, and some of them, some portions of it have like stairs that would be hard to navigate. So that would be the only new additional trail in the proposal. And so again, looking at the communities that are connected to this, all of the folks along Route 28, there's an existing shared use path. So any neighborhood that stretches off of Route 28 would get a tie-in from the trail sections that tie into Route 28. And then Great Neck Road South residents, there's also a shared use path that goes down to about the Cape Cod Children's Museum. So any neighborhood that's along there would be able to use that existing shared use path to get to the tie-in at Great Hay Road at Mercantile Way. And then also the Seabrook and Polaris Drive would have connections via the old Aquay Road and Holland Road trail improvements. So then talking about the local areas to connect to points of interest. So the Mashpee Commons, there's existing shared use paths that would extend from Mashpee Commons to entry point just south of it at the top of Great Hay Road. so people could use those existing shared use paths. And then there's both a sidewalk and a shared use path along 151. So as students in high school or Mashpee Middle School or even the elementary school, maybe if you're picking kids up after school one day, you could then walk on the shared use path or the sidewalk over to the proposed trail improvement access point on Route 151. And it's also near the library and not too far away from Mashpee Commons as well. And then again, this is connecting the trails. Like I mentioned, there's not currently a trail that goes from Route 28 to the existing dirt road along Great Hay Road. So this would create a trail that would connect those as well. And so then the southern section, this is the kind of last portion, is again focusing on connecting communities to this trail network, and then finishing that trail network all the way to the southern point of the wildlife refuge. So then ideally, not a part of this proposal because I wanted to keep the scope limited to the National Wildlife Refuge, but if the town then had this network that extended from the southern point of the National Wildlife Refuge up to the Heritage Park area, then they could add a sidewalk that would extend from that southern point to the town beach. It's our only public access beach in Mashpee, so it would be a great way to connect communities to that, so they have an option to get there by biking or taking a stroller or walking, however they chose to get there other than by car is the current option. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So again, the communities that would be connected into this, so you have New Seabury, which would have a connection at the southern point by Jehu Pond, and then Monomoskoye Island and Seabrook would get connections at Amy Brown Trail, or Amy Brown Road, and then Pompanesett, if there were, again, not a part of this proposal, but if the town then decided to create a sidewalk along Red Brook Road, then they would have a tie-in at the along Red Brook Road where it connects through there. And then like I talked about, finishing the trail all the way to the southern point of the wildlife refuge and the bike path there as well. If you can go to the next slide. So in conclusion, I think that we have a beautiful wildlife refuge and we have an opportunity to kind of improve upon it and improve the access that we have. As a personal anecdote, so my extended family, we kind of enjoy going outside and doing outdoorsy things. As my grandmother was declining in health, not in Mashpee, but in another area, she started not being able to go outside and go for like hikes with us, which we would typically enjoy when we got together for Thanksgiving. So as her health declined, we came up with the option of getting her a tricycle. So then we were able to go along a shared use path and she was able to join us on that even as her health declined. So I think that, especially with an aging community like we have, having paths that are more accessible, because I think in general, a lot of people prefer to be on a hard surface path versus a dirt path. Even runners, if you see them along the side of the road, typically they're running along the asphalt, they're not running along the dirt path. So I think creating that option, especially when we see it along Cape Cod, is so favorably desired with the Cape Cod Rail Trail, the Shining Sea Pathway, and the Cape Cod Canal Pathway. Those are getting like thousands of visitors a day during the summer months and sometimes even in the fringe portions of the winter months. I think that we have the opportunity to create something that would have that level of recreational usage in our local community. And if you have any questions, I'd welcome them at this time.
Okay, thank you. We did receive your packet, your information fairly late. So, for me, this is preliminary.
Of course.
But my first question is, you mentioned CPC application. Where exactly are you in the process of that?
It is just submitted, so I plan to attend their meeting on next Thursday to go and present and then answer their questions as well.
Okay, so it's submitted and due to be presented.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been in contact with the Environmental Oversight Committee regarding this at all?
I've not been in contact with the Environmental Oversight Committee. I have been in touch with the Planning Board, but not the Environmental Oversight.
I would suggest you might want to run that by them.
Okay.
The EOC did file an application to the Community Preservation Committee. That application was approved, and it was, as you probably know, funded
Yes.
at our annual town meeting. So they are going to be actively working on the updating and filing of the open space and recreation plan, which is sorely needed. It's expired, it's well overdue. And I would suggest to you that you might want to speak with those folks and see how your application, your vision, your project can align with the work that they're doing, so that one's not, aware of the other, whatever the
Of course.
case may be.
Yeah, I think it would be good to kind of use this to kind of help augment what they're doing, the work that they're doing.
Yeah. My last question, in a perfect world, it all happens, and you get your money, and the trail's up, and all of these sections are connected, the north, the center, the south, and everybody flocks in, as you said, the canals, thousands and thousands. What's your vision for the stewardship component of this after it's completed and all of these people are in there doing what they do? Because, like I said, in a perfect world, it all works perfectly, but we don't live in a perfect world, and issues do come along. So I don't want to be the naysayer, but I do want to hear what your initial thoughts might be for, use the term, policing this project.
Of course, I think a large part of it would fall upon the Department of Public Works in the long run to kind of maintain the trail network, and then including trash bins at the access points so that people aren't then kind of ruining the natural beauty of the area.
Yep. So DPW would play probably the most active role in the maintenance and the,
That's what I would expect, yes.
okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions. I'll turn it over to commissioners that may have questions. Sarah?
I do. I have a couple of questions, Colton. Thank you for the presentation. It's
course.
exciting to think about increasing outdoor access here in Mashpee. And I just, as a note, wanted to let you know that the URL in your presentation for the data, the census that you conducted, that link is broken.
Oh, the Plan Mashpee website isn't up anymore?
No,
Oh,
it's like a
interesting.
domain expired
Okay.
message. So I'd be very eager to see kind of how many
I
folks
bet I can
responded.
get the results of that LCP to you.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be curious about that. But I just wanted to confirm, so all of the trails that you are proposing to either maintain or create are going to be flat and wheelchair accessible?
That would be the idea, yes.
Okay, and paved, or is it going to be semi-pervious?
So it would definitely be a porous surface. I know that there does exist porous asphalt, but it would that would be something to be researched in the feasibility study, is what the exact type of material and recommendations for the type of material in there. But it would definitely be something that's porous to allow to not impede the stormwater management.
That's exactly what the question I was going to piggyback was what the stormwater management plan was going to be, especially for things like dog poop, or other things that might wind up on the side of the trail, just wind-blown debris and things.
Of course.
And then in terms of the access points, are there parking areas that are free and open to the public?
So I know at least the one along Route 28, they're proposing a visitor center there, so there would be parking available there. Along the southern point, I know that there's already a parking area for that Jehu area there. And then the Johns Pond access point, there's the Johns Pond recreational area, as well as Heritage Park has parking there that already exists. Most of the other kind of connections would be people could walk to from their house. So I would kind of envision that as being more so the way for most of along a Shumet Road. I would imagine that people would walk along a Shumet Road, or Quashnet Road is the one I'm thinking of. People would walk from their house along that, as well as Amy Brown Road. It's going to be people from those local neighborhoods that are accessing those. So I wouldn't imagine a lot of people are driving the quarter mile to get to the access points.
Maybe, and buses as well, bus transport for folks.
I have not looked into the bus access points, but I could look into where the buses are currently dropping folks off and see how that would tie in.
As I've got two very small kids, and it's a lot of stuff to get anywhere. So I'm just thinking about
That's
the
fair.
folks that may have to carry a lot of things. And then the last question I had, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I understand that the Mashpee Wildlife Refuge is governed by a partnership. Is it 8 or 9 different entities, including
Yes.
the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe? And I wondered if you had support from those entities, and in particular, thinking about the tribe with regards to access for Aboriginal hunting and fishing rights?
So I have reached out to the Friends of the Mashpee Wildlife Refuge. I got a generally favorable response from them. When I went to the planning board, Dale Oakley also said that it would be something that he thought that the tribe would be interested in. So I've been trying to work with him on that as well.
Great. Awesome, thank you. Those are all
Yeah,
my
of course.
questions.
Okay, thank you. Sandy, any questions?
I was going to ask about the paving on the pathways, but,
So that's been covered.
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Aaron,
I'm all set.
all set? Marjorie, I'll go out to you if you have questions that you'd like to ask.
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
She's all set. All right, Dan, anything you want?
Yeah, just a couple things. So you're going just for the feasibility study for this? And the reason I bring this up is because I want to make sure, because with the open space and recreation plan, this project could qualify for money from the state if we have that plan acquired. So that would be good to have this feasibility study done, and then when the construction or whatever goes on for permitting, that could be accessed, maybe not 100%, but money is available there
Okay.
for all of that. So I would highly recommend getting in touch with the environmental oversight, like Paul said, and going on and seeing if you can join the committee for if there is a committee form for that, or whatever there is, but stay in conversations with them through that
Okay.
whole process, because there is money available there, and this will directly go right into it, as well as other things in town. So it's very valuable that we have the open space and recs plan, and this is a feasibility study, so I think that would pair up once the feasibility study's done.
Okay, yeah, and I know that there's also a lot of other sources of funds, especially for improved walkability in town. So that's kind of outlined a little bit in the CPC application, is just the amount of other sources of, 25,000 here, 50,000 there.
Excellent, excellent. And then, yeah, if you can send me the LPC results, and then I can give them
Absolutely.
to all the commissioners, I'll just send it right out to them. That's not a problem at all.
Will do.
And then also, when it comes to areas in wetland jurisdiction for the feasibility study, I just want to make sure that if there is projects that are going to be within a buffer zone or within wetland jurisdiction at all, that it be pointed out on the feasibility study.
Yes,
Because
I think that's
permits
been
will have to be
highlighted.
acquired for construction or for whatever the deal it may be. So I wanted to make sure that was on the feasibility study as well.
Yes, I believe the CPC application specifically states that the feasibility study will highlight the permits required.
Okay, excellent. That's all from me.
Okay. Drew, is there anything you would like to ask or comment on?
No, only that I agree that this should go before the EOC, and also, be sure to align with the ultimate goals of the open space and rec plan, so that everyone can be on the same page when it comes to this. And certainly, once an open space and rec plan is created and officially enacted, it will open up the door to more grant opportunities, and there's also the DCR Trails grant opportunity every year, which would certainly be made more competitive if the town has an up-to-date open space and rec plan.
Great. Okay, thank you. Anybody from the public that would like to ask a question on this proposal?
Do you have lighting or suggested lighting? I'm just concerned because of, we hear about a lot of things on the walking trails. It's going to be very difficult for people to see if anything were to happen. So will there be any lighting or anything?
So the question was about if there's any lighting in the area, just for anyone that's watching at home, or if there's looking into lighting on the trails for safety concerns. That is not something I had considered, but it's something that I can include in the feasibility study for them to look into.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay, great, thanks. Just as a piece of information, I believe the next Environmental Oversight Committee meeting is scheduled for the 20th of May. And agenda deadlines creep up on us very quickly, so if you would like to contact them, David Whedon from the Select Board is the chair of the EOC, so you could just shoot him an email and request to be placed on the agenda, and I'm sure he would accommodate that.
Okay, thank
If
you
you're
very much.
interested in
Yeah, I think
getting
I'm
that
very
done
much so
quickly.
interested.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one quick comment, just for Alyssa, the recording secretary's sake. The person who just spoke, did we get her name?
Say my name?
Oh, it was Alyssa.
I'm sorry, Alyssa Pinto.
Oh, it was Alyssa. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Recording secretary, thanks, Drew. Yeah, she didn't have a microphone over there. We'll have to talk to the IT people and get a microphone for that table over there, too. Okay, then.
Well, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Colton.
And do we have a copy of, we do, of that slide presentation?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yeah, I can put it on PDFs and send it out.
Yeah, that'd be
That's no
great.
problem.
Great. Okay.
And also, just a quick reminder for those who are on the phone like myself, if you're not asked to speak, can you please mute your phone until such time as you're asked to speak, because we're getting some background noise from folks on the phone.
Okay. Good heads up. All right, I'm going to forego the other agenda items prior to our hearings. I want to get started on the hearings, and we will certainly come back to those agenda issues. So I'm going to call the first hearing for tonight. It's scheduled at 6:30, 6 Cantor Lane. David Lemetian, proposed septic system upgrade to an IA system to accommodate additional proposed bedroom above an existing garage. The representative is Colley Site Services. The owner of record is Martha Cantor. This is a request for a determination of applicability. And a comment from the agent is that we have a request to continue this hearing to May 23rd at 6:33 to allow time for the applicant to submit their paperwork to the zoning board. Apparently that's not completed at this point.
Yeah, so with the ZBA, and they also had some things they wanted to look into further on their application. So that's why they requested a continuance.
Okay, so I would accept a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Aaron. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded for the continuance, May 23 at 6:33. Any discussion amongst commissioners? No further questions, comments, nothing? I'll take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes as well. So that motion carries unanimously, and that will roll over to the 23rd. I will now call the 6:33 hearing for 119 Daniels Island Road and 15 Waterway, Roland Bates, New Seabury Homes LLC. This is a proposed pier, ramp, and float with access path. Representative is BSC Group, owner of record, New Seabury Properties LLC. This is continued from previous scheduling of 12/7 of '23. 2/15, 3/21, and 4/18 of 2024. It's a notice of intent application, DEP file number 433261. Good evening. Can I have your name for the record, please? And
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hannah Raditz, wetland scientist with BSC. So as you stated, this has been delayed a few times so that we could go back and do additional survey work, and also to coordinate this application with the proposed dwelling on the site, which is the next agenda item. So in the meantime, from when this was originally proposed, as I mentioned, we went back to the site to do additional survey work. There was a lot of concern amongst the commissioners that we captured all of the trees with a 8-inch DBH and larger, and that we also captured any areas of clearing accurately, that we addressed the trees that were cleared historically on the site and come up with a planting plan for that we accurately show the edge of the proposed 4-foot wide trail, and that we make sure that the proposed pier will not require the removal of any trees. So the biggest revisions, as I mentioned, the proposed pier on this forested lot adjacent to Spinnaker Cove is associated also with a 4-foot wide access trail. The revision from the originally proposed plan, which had a gravel path, now has a natural bottom, so we'll just be leaving the trail as is and stabilizing as needed once the construction work is done. And additionally, as I mentioned, the restoration of the historically cleared area now has proposed 6 saplings, 3 eastern white pine and 3 red maples, which should fit with the general characteristics of that area of the coastal bank. As I mentioned, these revisions should address all of the main concerns from our last hearing, so I won't go into too great of detail. anymore. I feel like I've hit the main parts of this revised application. The only other thing I did not mention is that the pier has been shifted by about 5.5 feet to avoid a 15-foot DBH oak tree, and that will not require any changes to the resource areas, including salt marsh, coastal beach, land under ocean, coastal bank, or any other resource area, as the pier is still going to be the same size, just shifted in position to avoid that tree. An additional note, I think as a final note, is added to the plan, which includes that the construction crews will have ground protection mats or track pads on site. This will be used on the proposed trail if any vehicles need to come down to the edge of the pier. This cleared path was also chosen to be in line with an area that's currently cleared. It's not exactly a trail, but it is 4 feet wide, so it's sort of already naturally established, and that's why we're using it. Any vehicles that need to get down it should just be a pickup truck or a small skid steer to bring materials down for the installation of the pier, which may be done by hand on land or via barge. So those track pads will be installed in any places that there's additional rutting noted. And finally, sediment controls, as you can see, were added to the full extent of the proposed trail to be permitted, as well as around the proposed laydown area. This laydown area was shot by survey and showed a large area of just grass. There's no shrubs, no trees in that area, so it's optimal for any temporary laydown that would need to be happening. This wouldn't include stockpiling of debris or refueling any vehicles, just day storage for the construction at the site. So with that, I will turn it over to the commissioners to see if there's any questions.
Thank you. I want to back up just a tiny bit, Dan. I want to ask you a question first, just so that we're on solid ground with the recent Mullen rule. I'm curious if all of the commissioners are participating in questioning, voting, or?
For this one, I believe the only one that wouldn't for this would be Sarah, because she wasn't here for
She
them.
wasn't on the commission.
Yeah, she was not on the commission at the time.
Okay.
As for the other ones, it was really only opened once, and then continued multiple times. So Sandy and Sarah and Marjorie are qualified, so we have a quorum.
So
Aaron.
Aaron,
I'm sorry.
Sandy, and Marjorie, and myself. Okay, so we're good to go.
Yes.
Okay, so I will then turn it over to commissioners that have questions. Sorry, Sarah, don't take this personally, but Aaron or Sandy?
Another note from the revision I forgot to mention is that previously we had sort of an outline where we were saying proposed dwelling to be permitted under separate application. That's been removed from this plan, but you'll notice that this plan looks very similar to what's going to be in front of you next, because we're hoping to use the access trail and the laydown yard to an extent. So there's an overlap there, but it's been removed from this plan as the dwelling isn't related to this pier.
Any other questions? Marjorie, I'll go out to you next if you have any questions on the presentation for this proposal.
No, the only the question I have was that Aaron that was speaking after the presentation.
Aaron had asked a question, yes.
Yeah. So I think she asked my question. It's still a little scratchy, the Zoom audio, but this is just for the dock and the Hummer and everything that we did that we started at the prior meeting, right?
Yes.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
for the dock, the access path, and included on it now is they did a DBH of all the trees on site that are 5 inches or greater,
Okay.
I believe, as well as they added some mitigation in some of the cleared areas. And they're using run over pads for the heavy equipment that will be going in there to reduce any disturbance as well.
Okay, good. So all of our issues we're good with.
Yes, it seems that the commission requests from the last hearing, multiple hearings ago, but the last time it was opened, have been fulfilled.
Right, cool. Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Steve, I know you came in late, but you were here for the last presentation, I believe.
Yeah,
I would assume he's eligible to,
he is eligible.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I know you did your homework, so you might want to,
I can go over any important points if it's helpful, but essentially we went back to the site to do surveys so that we could capture all trees with 8-inch DBH. We also shifted the proposed access trail, which was to be 4 feet wide, just to reflect areas on the site that are currently cleared, just so it's easier. That way, very little trimming should have to happen and no removal of trees. We have also shifted the location of the pier about 5.5 feet, and that was in reaction to an 18 or a 15 DVH oak that we're now going to be avoiding by moving the pier, but it's not going to be increasing impacts to salt marsh, land under ocean, coastal bank, or coastal beach, because the pier has not been changed in size, just shifted in location.
Okay. Thank you. So my main concern last time was the path, that why is the path needed? Because couldn't the pier be built from the seaward side? And why do we need to build a path and bring construction equipment in that way?
The path is for access for future use of the pier, for the property. The path isn't for construction access, but it will be useful for construction access for something like a small pickup truck or a skid steer. But it's not being built for construction purposes. It's being built for access purposes to the pier in the future for recreation.
It looks like you're using it for construction because you have construction laydown area. It's, you know,
The
it's
construction
wider.
laydown area is currently cleared. It's not proposed clearing. And that's just for the use of day storage of materials. But it's not a request for any clearing. It's existing grassy area.
Right, but that path is wide. I've walked down it several times. So.
It's just to permit it so that it's in perpetuity can be maintained.
Okay, so you're not gonna construct this path?
No. So this 4 foot wide trail, which previously was proposed as a gravel line trail, is just going to be a natural bottom trail. And when we went out to do the survey, we did some shifting with the trail. It's kind of hard to see compared to the previous plan, but this one reflects more accurately probably the trails you're most used to walking on the site. Though you might notice on the plan, it's a little hard to point out from here, but there's also sort of a ghost of a trail on there as well. There's multiple trails on this property, but this one that is outlined with the sediment controls is the one that is we're hoping to permit so it can be maintained permanently.
But there's already a trail there, and you didn't, and the question that I had asked previously is why can't the dock be built from the seaward side, and why do you need to show a construction laydown area?
The construction laydown area is just out of convenience. It's an area that is there and could be used for it. It's not requiring any clearing. It's just showing the area where they would have some materials brought in for a day or two for work. It's not meant to be a long-term or impactful.
So, then, if you're gonna go through and build a trail and chip, and then I know the, what was the group that, the mountain bike group? That we
Yes.
approved through the town, and they just, you cut a trail through, you don't need to show all the hay bales and construction area and all that bit, you cut a trail through. and
This was
tag it,
just-
so.
This was just for extra caution, because there was a lot of concern amongst the commissioners, I believe, last time about erosion of the trail and sediment in the resource area, and as we're passing through an area with many overlapping resource areas and buffer zones, we thought it would be best to preemptively show sediment controls as needed. They don't have to be that extensive, but they are there just as an additional protection measure while that.
Right, but when you were here last, you didn't show the existing trail on the plan. Now you show it, but now, and it's already there, it's a wide enough trail for walking. Now you're proposing a whole new trail to
It's,
this area.
the other trail does exist, however, this is the alignment that works best for the placement of the pier to reduce impacts. The other placement of the pier would be at an angle that would cover more of the salt marsh and of the.
Right, I'm not
bay.
talking about the pier. The place on the pier is fine. It just, that the existing trail ends right where you're proposing the pier, right in line with that. Now you're proposing a whole new trail.
Yeah,
With hay bales and construction area, it's just,
but the language of proposing a trail makes it seem as if we're cutting through the forest, but that's not the case. This is already cleared, or this is barren of trees that are larger than, or the 8-inch DBH or larger. This is a way that was shot by survey, and as you can see with the sort of cloud-like lining along the trail, that's the existing canopy. So this was chosen to match up with the proposed pier and also for the use of the future property owners. It just makes more sense coming from where the property is, where the dwelling will be proposed on the property. But doesn't necessarily mean that any additional impacts will be needed.
okay. All right, answered my question for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions. Dan, would you like to comment?
I don't have any comments on this, this project here. The access path is wide, it is already there. I understand what you're going with for that. My biggest thing before was the clearing that was covered, as well as the mitigation, the dock layout, which was absolutely covered by the harbor master. So that was just my concerns last time.
Okay. Let me go out to the public, if there are any questions from members here in the audience. Hearing none. Anyone online that wants to comment? I know Drew's there, I'm gonna get to him next.
No.
No? Okay. Drew, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes. So, question for Hannah. Have you received comments from Division of Marine Fisheries on this project?
I'm trying to rack my brain right now. It's been a while since we submitted it. It was back in December. I would have to get back to conservation staff to see if we got anything in the mail. I don't believe so. Conservation staff would have been CC'd on any email correspondence. I believe that's typically how they do it. But I apologize. I can't think of any correspondence we would have received. I think we submitted this at the beginning of December, end of November. So we would have probably heard back from them within typically less than 30 days. I can't think. Sorry.
It's usually a 30-day window.
Yeah, it's usually between 30 days or so. So December 7th was the original submission date. So
Got it.
yeah, we have not received anything I have seen.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I would suggest is that if the commission were to approve this, that any conditions or recommendations from Division of Marine Fisheries would be incorporated into an order of conditions. I think the 30-day comment period applies to natural heritage, not Division of Marine Fisheries. They kind of go by their own timeline. I don't know if they're subject to a specific number of days. Natural heritage has 30 days by statute. And this is not within natural heritage jurisdiction, so we're not waiting to hear from them on this. Shellfish has no recommendation for a shellfish mitigation fee, as he does not believe this is a suitable shellfish habitat around the proposed float and piles. And Harbor Master has no concerns regarding navigation as far as the location of the pier, ramp, and float. And as far as the design, width of the fixed pier, size of the float, size of the pathway, they all meet the applicable standards for those aspects of this project. No other comments.
Okay, thank you. Hannah, I am going to go back for a second, and I'm looking at section AA, the call-out on the plan, and it shows the clearance under the pier at 5 feet 1 inch, correct?
That should be accurate. I'm sorry, I don't have the plan in front of me.
I'm looking at the salt marsh portion of it, which is between those two interior piles. And I was trying to determine how much footage is over the salt marsh itself. It appears from my scale that it's about 10 feet or so. Is that?
Perhaps Brian Irrigation might be on the call. He's our engineer for this project. If that's what the plan states, then that is most likely accurate, but
Good evening, Brian Yurgation, from BSC Group. The question, if you could repeat the question, that would be helpful.
Sure, Brian. I'm looking at the section AA, and I'm using my scale, and I'm trying to determine how much of the actual salt marsh is going to be in the shadow of the pier itself. I know there's composite grading to allow as much sunlight possible, but there is a cumulative effect no matter what you do, unless you don't have a dock there. So I'm curious, is that 10 feet? So are we talking 40 square feet of coverage?
It was 19 square feet per the, if you look at the table above. So 0 to 75 foot buffer to the salt marsh is 19 plus or minus square feet.
19. Okay. That's all. I was just trying to figure out how much of that was being covered up. Okay, thank you. Any other questions before I close this out? Okay, I would accept a motion.
Make a motion.
Okay, Sandy?
Motion to close an issue pending receipt of comments from the Division of Marine Fisheries, and any comments from the DMV will be incorporated into an order of conditions if project is approved.
Okay. Motion made.
Second?
Thank you, Aaron. Motion made and seconded. So I will open that motion up for discussion amongst commissioners. Discussion, deliberation, questions, comments that you might have. Anything? We're all set. No questions, no comments. Marjorie, any questions or comments on the motion?
No, I don't think so. We've got, well, I can't say that right now because we're in the middle of a motion. So, no, thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing there is no further discussion or deliberation, I will take a roll call vote. Sorry, Sarah.
You don't get to vote on this one.
Sarah's not eligible for this because she was not here for the first.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't on the commission. Steve?
I'm a no.
No. Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And I vote no. I forgot Marjorie.
So, I just want to make sure that I heard my colleagues. Steve, you voted no?
Yes, I voted no.
Yes, we have,
A little difficulty hearing.
Yep, so we have 2 yeses
I
and 2
apologize.
nos right now.
I'm sorry?
There's 2 yeses and 2 nos right now.
Right. Right. Am I the last vote?
Yes.
Yeah, I vote no.
okay, so the motion has not carried. I would accept another motion. At this point, you would have an option to close and deliberate further in the 21-day time period, or you could close and deny the project without prejudice as presented. I don't think there would be another motion.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Drew, absolutely.
I just, for the benefit of the applicant, those who are opposed, could you provide rationale based on the applicable regulations as to why this doesn't meet standards or why you're voting no?
Steve, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm voting no because of the whole new path. There's already a path there that takes you to the, it's already wide and everything. This path would be introducing construction equipment in construction area that you know, in the previous one, that was our concern, that was my concern,
Yeah.
that, you know, there's already a path there that takes you to the dock. I have no issue with the dock at all.
Right.
My issue is with the proposed path that wasn't there in the last plan.
Right.
So, you know, there's already an existing path that is wide enough for walking, and, you know, that's my concern, you know, the dock, I'm fine with the dock, everything with the dock, so.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. So are you concerned in terms of the regulation of this activity within the 150-foot buffer of the salt marsh?
Yes.
So you're looking at salt marsh regulations?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And I concur with Steve.
And it's all in flood zone too, the whole property's in
Right.
flood zone, so.
You know, I have no problem at all with the pier and the dock. It seems to meet all of our regulatory language. But I feel, as Steve does, that the proposed construction laydown area just isn't necessary. I think it's an environmentally sensitive area, both in terms of land subject to coastal flow and the salt marsh buffer. And if it can be avoided, all the better. If the dock can be constructed from the seaward side, all the better. The less intrusion, the better.
Am I able to make a comment
Absolutely.
for additional discussion?
Absolutely.
With respect to the commissioners, this laydown area isn't something that's, it was more a suggestion of an area that could be used as it's currently cleared, but it's certainly not set in stone. It's definitely not required for any portion of this project to be constructed. It's just an area that was currently cleared that could be used only during the day or for a brief period of time when construction would be going on for the pier. But in terms of the trail, no laydown area is needed for this trail nor for the pier. This trail isn't something that's going to be constructed. We're only seeking to have it permitted so that it can be maintained in the future, so that it can stay a 4-foot wide trail. But this, if the concern is laydown and construction within resource areas, this laydown area does not need to exist. There also are many alternatives for for constructing the dock from the water as well. So if that's the thing that would get this application rejected, then those can be removed.
That appears to be the sticking point.
Right, because our last meeting, the concern was the trail that wasn't shown on your plan and construction access down there. But then you go ahead and present the plan with a whole new trail, even though you say you're not using it. Once it's on this plan, once it gets in an order of conditions, then it's permitted. So I don't know why you went ahead and added this whole new trail.
The trail was added because at the last hearing, the commissioners were concerned that the trail that we were proposing didn't accurately reflect cleared areas that could be used as a footpath. This area, although it might not be the most used footpath, is still a cleared area that can be used as a trail. It doesn't require any grading, any change to the surface conditions. It's flat, it has no trees within it, and it gives clear access to the water. But it's not going to be used as a roadway. It's not going to be used to ferry things back and forth at any other portion of the project. It's just going to be used as a walking trail.
Well, it's kind of hard to believe on your plan. You show a construction entrance with gravel going to that trail, and you have a construction laydown area.
That's just for the purposes of the construction, which would be very temporary.
Right, but
But they can be removed.
that was the concern. So you went ahead and showed something that we had a concern about. So it doesn't make sense to me. So if I would, you know, make a motion for close an issue for the pier only and have this trail removed from the plan that staff can review before the order of conditions issued, then I would vote for it that way.
Okay. And you mentioned in your discussions that you are open to eliminate that.
Eliminate the laydown area and the
Yes.
construction entrance,
Right.
yes.
Okay. So I'm open for a motion. Didn't carry as presented.
Right. Okay, I'll make a motion to close an issue for the approval of the pier only, and then that the trails shown on the current plan be removed and approved by staff before the issue of the order of conditions.
And you want to also include the DMF letter in that motion?
Oh, yes, yeah, and receipt of the DMF letter.
Marine fisheries. Marine fisheries and DMF.
Oh, okay, both.
Right.
They're one and the same. DMF is Division of Marine Fisheries.
Oh,
And if-
Oh, okay.
I was reading the comments, I'm sorry.
And if we don't have that, that would also hold up the order until such time as we get that?
So if that was the case, we still have to get the order out in 21 days, so it would be a condition on the order that nothing can occur until that plan comes to conservation staff and is approved, is what it would go for the order. So if it is passed tonight, you will get your order of conditions within the 21-day statute timeframe window. And then if we don't have the plans before that, the first condition on that order will literally be, you have to get all that stuff into us before anything is conducted.
We'll have the revised plans to you, or have a communication so that we can get the plans revised to you before that 21-day period.
Not a problem, and if it's not, then that's the other window, that's the way we'll go about it, just so you're aware.
Okay.
Okay, very good. So I'm looking for a second to that motion.
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. So the motion is now made and seconded. Further discussion by commissioners? Questions? Are we clear on where we're going with this?
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, Steve, thank you for that language. I think that clarifies a lot of concern that some of us shared with you.
Okay, so I'll take a roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Or Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. So that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I will now call the 6:36 hearing for 119 Daniels Island Road and 15 Waterway, Roland Bates, New Seabury Homes LLC. This is a proposed construction and maintenance of a new single-family dwelling with pool, patio, detached garage, IA septic system, and associated hardscaping and landscaping. Representative is BSC Group, owner of record, New Seabury Properties LLC. This hearing is continued from April 18th. It's a notice of intent filing, DEP file number 433287.
Good evening.
Once again, if I can have your name for the
Yes.
record.
Hannah Raditz with BSC Wetland Scientist. So this is the same property that was just in front of you, containing 2 lots which will be combined. The proposed single-family dwelling will be located sort of on the center line, but is located in the farthest corner possible from the resource areas. So as you mentioned, what is proposed is a single-family dwelling upon the 2 lots with a detached garage, access driveway, in-ground swimming pool with associated patio and fence, an IA septic system, stormwater control features associated with capturing roof drain stormwater, and associated site work, which does involve clearing. This site is currently a forested lot and has some trails within it, but the proposed location of the dwelling will be in the northwestern corner. This is as far as it can be pushed back from the resource areas on the site, which include land under ocean associated with Spinnaker Cove, salt marsh, bordering vegetated wetland, coastal beach, coastal bank, land containing shellfish, and land subject to coastal storm flowage, which does cover the whole site. The location of the dwelling was pushed to this corner of the site, but also includes the septic system, which is outside of all resource areas other than land subject to coastal storm flowage, but still meets with the setbacks for zoning. So for this site, all work that was previously proposed, this being the reason why it was continued from the April hearing, within the 0 to 75 foot buffer to BVW and salt marsh was removed. This included about 1,400 square feet of the pool and deck corner, grading, and also site clearing. So the revised plan in front of you, which came associated with a revised waiver request letter and a letter of plan revisions, reflects this change. With this change, the proposed lawn area on the site has been reduced from about 9% to just under 9%. This also changes the preservation of forested land on the site from around 75% to 77%. So this leaves only about 33% of the site to be cleared in this top corner. And this doesn't include the proposed trail. As we just discussed, the trail is to be utilized existing cleared areas and doesn't require any additional tree clearing. So as I mentioned, the placement of this dwelling on the site was strategic, but also includes various stormwater improvement features, including a roof infiltration system with dry wells on the sides of the dwelling, as well as an IA septic system, which has significant nutrient capturing technology associated with it. The grading on the site will be kept to the least amount possible, and will make sure that the stormwater on the site is running only towards stormwater control features and not towards the resource area to the greatest extent practicable. A sediment and erosion control line will be established at the edge of clearing, and this will be obviously surveyed in place before the work occurs to make sure that the most amount of forest on the site is preserved. Site stabilization will occur as soon as practicable, and these sediment controls will remain in place to ensure that the site reaches at least 75% vegetative cover or more if the commission requires it before these sediment and erosion controls are removed. Original grade restoration will occur in any places where we do not currently propose changes in grade, and these areas, as I mentioned, will be stabilized. That includes most of the important information, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to the commissioners for any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I will go out to commissioners first for questions, comments, concerns that you might have for Hannah.
All right, and I'll start.
Start?
Okay, so one of the first question I have is, why are you bringing in fill on this, around this house?
I might call on Brian Irrigation to answer that question. He's our project engineer and is on the Zoom call.
Good evening, Brian Irrigation, professional engineer, BSC Group. We're bringing in fill primarily for the septic system, but also to promote better site drainage. It's a fairly low-lying lot, and it would be better served. That house was elevated somewhat.
Okay, yeah, I understand the house is elevated for the flood zone, but then you're bringing in 5 feet of fill on the south side of the property of the structure, and on the front you have elevation 8 on the driveway where the SAS is located. That's elevation, looks like it's elevation 8 where the garage is right now, so why do you need to bring in all that fill to surround the house? So that was my first question. The second question is, on the swimming pool, what is the depth of the swimming pool?
I don't have that detail on hand.
Okay, because the grade is elevation 6 there, and if groundwater's at elevation 1, you're gonna be hitting groundwater digging that pool. So that's another question. Then my third question is, there's no landscaping plan. It just shows clearing, so I'm not seeing any, mitigation plans, landscape plans, anything like that, which typically would come with this, plan such as this for a new house.
Would a landscaping plan be required for this application to be accepted?
Well, in my opinion, yes, because if it doesn't show what you're doing on the property, is this all grass? Is this all open?
Lawn grass typically.
Right, so, you're within you know, a good, probably 2/3 to 3/4 of the house is within the 150-foot buffer. And you have a pool within the 150-foot buffer and a deck. So I'm not seeing, you know, any mitigation plantings, any landscape plantings, and then, so those are my 3 concerns right there.
Landscape, pool, depth, what was the third one, Steve? I'm sorry.
They're bringing in fill.
The fill.
5 feet of fill on the south side of the property, so.
Okay. Sarah, would you like to ask a question?
Sure. Can you confirm the depth to groundwater?
Brian, do you have groundwater information offhand, or is that something that we don't have offhand?
I can look it up and get back to you before the meeting is out. I don't have the number on the top of my head.
So it's safe to assume there hasn't been a percolation test done on the site yet?
I believe we've done a perk test, haven't we, Brian?
We've done witness soil testing with the Board of Health, correct?
Yeah, that's typically required before we can even do the septic design, which is complete. Or, I'm sure not typically, always.
Thank you.
So the seasonal high groundwater is elevation 3.5 on site.
3.5?
Okay, so that's going to impact the pool depth.
That's the adjusted seasonal high groundwater table.
3.5.
Where the pool's located, it's elevation 6.
Right. You get 2.5 feet to play with. It's not a very deep pool. Okay, other questions? Sarah?
No questions.
Further questions?
This time. No.
Sandy?
Is there a driveway?
Yes, it's sort of a horseshoe shape, if I'm remembering correctly, on the front.
And what material would be that?
I believe, actually, Brian, do we have?
That's
Sorry.
asphalt proposed.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not noted on the plan, so.
Temporary construction entrance. Okay. Anything else, Sandy? No, you're all set. Aaron, questions?
Just would like to also see a landscaping plan, just the
Landscaping plan.
lawn.
Okay, is that it? Marjorie, I'm coming out to you for any questions or comments that you have.
In addition to what the others have articulated, I'm just curious about an awful lot of waivers, and I'm wondering if they've all been checked out by our staff. If you folks, Drew or Dan, you have comments on 25 and the setbacks. I don't know. It just is striking me as that there's an awful lot that's unsaid here. You agree? No waiver request for 25. That doesn't appear at all. I just want to make sure that it's gone through your hurdles as well, because
Right.
that's 1, 2, 3 waivers. And Hannah, I apologize. If you said it, I didn't hear you address them.
No, there's been no questioning so far on the waiver requests.
And I also didn't mention it in my discussion. The waiver we're requesting is under land subject to coastal storm flowage. We had previously included a waiver letter which also included impacts within the 75 or within the buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetland and salt marsh, being the 0 to 75 foot, but that was removed once we revised the plans to remove any proposed work within the 0 to 75 foot. So we're requesting waivers specifically under Regulation 25 Performance Standard C. Or
There's 2.
the performance standards under Section C, which is performance standards.
There's a compensatory planting waiver, it looks like, and then also a waiver for the vertical wall restriction within the A zone.
Within the A zone,
Yep,
right,
that's what I was reading.
okay. But there is not a waiver for the setback, 25C7C. You're not requesting a waiver on the setback.
For the 0 to
did not.
75 foot?
I don't know, I'm trying to confirm that from Hannah.
We're not proposing any work within the 0 to 75 foot buffer zone to any resource area.
So, 1, 2. And 25, what did you say, Hannah? There was no waiver requested for 25C, 7C, and 25C4 for 150 feet of the coastal water body vertical walls. What, if anything, have we agreed to on that between the commission and the applicant? Do you know? The retaining wall is proposed to be more than 150 feet from the limit, the moderate wave action. But they were just so many. I don't want us to lose it here.
Specifically, we've requested in writing for a waiver is 25C 3 and 5. Just those two.
I didn't hear what you said before that, Hannah. For C, 25C, what did you say?
25C 3 and 5. So 3
Yeah.
being all efforts should be made to avoid altering naturally vegetated areas within land subject to coastal storm flowage, and 5 being when alterations in the A zone of land subject to coastal storm flowage within 150 feet of a coastal water body vertical walls are prohibited.
Right.
Just those.
So that's it, and the only one that you haven't addressed is 25C, 7C, setbacks.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that we check with staff and we're good with that,
I will certainly
I
go
don't-
to both
I
Dan
don't
and-
have, I apologize, Paul, I don't have the big one in front of me because I'm calling in from my office, so,
Right.
the big plan, so I apologize for that.
It's okay, as long as you can hear us and we can hear you, we're fine.
All right.
I
All right.
will, when we're finished with commissioners, I will certainly be going to both Dan and Drew to clarify any lingering questions you may have on what is requested for waivers and what is not requested.
Right, okay, all right.
Okay, any other questions?
I do have one more.
Back to Steve.
What is the flood zone elevation? I'm not seeing it noted on the plan.
Flood zone elevation should be under locus information, typically is.
13, is it?
I'm not seeing it on this plan.
Might be noted under the notes.
Nope, it's not there.
AE zone elevation 11.
Yeah. I have it on the GIS map right now. It's
Okay,
AE BFE 11.
thank you.
No other questions from commissioners?
That's it.
All right, then, Dan or Drew, either one of you, would you like to take the commission through what is being asked for a waiver and the rationales for that, and so they're aware of it?
Yeah, I'll let Drew take this one.
Yeah, so, I mean, the waiver requests are pretty well detailed in the project narrative. I'm not sure how much more I would need to add, but they're fairly well explained in the narrative. So, but in the event commissioners didn't see that or read through it, so they're requesting a waiver from Regulation 25, Section C2A. The project narrative actually cites this as C3A, but as the commissioners are well aware, we went through some formatting errors and corrections. So the true reference to the first waiver, compensatory plantings, is C2A, not C3A. That's not the fault of Hannah or BSC Group. It's just formatting correction, that's all. The
Okay.
waiver request and details is still the same. And the reason they're asking for a waiver from compensatory plantings is, for clearing of naturally vegetated areas beyond 500 square feet is because based on the proposed activities, there's no way to mitigate. There's no area to mitigate because approximately 77% of the combined lots, which I believe is around 80,000 square feet, is being left in a naturally vegetated state. So that's why they're asking for a waiver from mitigation, because they are leaving a substantial portion of the lot as naturally vegetated based on what's being proposed. The next waiver section, which deals with the vertical walls in the flood zone, that's regulation C4. It was referenced as C5, but it's actually C4. Again, still the same content. Alterations within the A zone of land subject to coastal storm flow within 150 feet of a water body and construction of vertical walls. So based on the description of that waiver in the project narrative, they're asking for a waiver, or they're stating that the vertical wall is actually going to be outside of 150 feet from a water body within the A zone. So therefore, they feel that the vertical wall should be allowable because it meets that it exceeds that 150-foot setback from a water body. The last waiver, which was not requested, I believe it would behoove the applicant if the commissioners were to explain that provision to the applicant and why a waiver is necessary. And I'll turn it back to the commissioners.
Okay. So I believe, Drew, you're referring
you,
to
Drew.
Regulation 25 C7C setbacks, correct?
That's correct, yes. I don't think Hannah's aware
Okay.
of the commissioner's stance on that particular provision.
Sure.
She's claiming that the project meets the setback from BBW,
Right.
but based on the commissioner's interpretation of this regulation, the setback actually is to land subject to coastal storm flow itself, so
Correct.
it would be to the benefit of Hannah if that could be explained to her.
Sure. I will do that. We have had several discussions, both amongst the commission and with town council, about the setback statute that's found in Regulation 25, which is, back to the original formatting numbers, Section C7C. And you could actually go down to 2, which is the construction within that setback. Town council has upheld the validity of that setback as a applicable performance standard. And indeed, it's a very difficult performance standard to meet because you are in the resource area. So to achieve that setback is virtually impossible.
So this has to do with a setback to land subject to coastal storm flowage
Yes.
being like a buffer zone to each section of it?
No, it's about land subject to coastal flow itself as a viable resource area. It is considered to be a coastal wetland. It doesn't meet the criteria of a wetland as a wetland scientist would look at it, but it is classified as a coastal wetland by Chapter 131, Section 40. So this stumbling block came up, and it's been kicked around for a long time, and the only viable relief at this point is to request a waiver from Chapter 25C7C and to state the viable rationale for why you can't achieve that. And paperwork we have here says that there is no waiver request submitted for 25C7C. It's a setback that is very difficult to meet. A lot of times it
It's
applies.
impossible to me.
Excuse
It's
me.
not just difficult, it's impossible.
A lot of times in a raise and replace situation, it can be met if you stay within the existing legally permitted footprint, but this is not. This is a new home. So it's brand-new construction and land subject to coastal flow, which you've actually talked about in the presentation, that it's an extremely low-lying area. There's a request to bring fill in. So there we have that.
So I expect that needs to be submitted in writing and can't be discussed here and accepted as a request for waiver, correct?
I am not sure. I'm not equipped to answer that question. Drew might be, but I'm not.
No, I don't have an answer to that either.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There's one lingering question that I had outside of that is bringing in the amount of fill. I didn't hear any mention as to how many yards of fill are being brought in, and I'm wondering how that aligns with the planning board initiative that was passed for no fill in the floodplain. This project's filed long since that's gone into effect, so I don't know. I'd like to know how that does square with no fill in the floodplain.
I don't believe we've been in front of planning board.
That's an applicable bylaw now for the town of Mashpee. Am I wrong on that, or is?
I'm not too sure where that lands, but I do know that was up for a town vote a while back. So I'm just not too sure where it lands.
Well, I know it's definitely, it's been approved and it's in place, so I'm kind of curious of how this project aligns with that requirement. It's something that I think would need to be looked at.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable approving it for not only the 25C7C issue, but certainly bringing fill into the floodplain. I don't know how you do that with the town of Mashpee approving no fill in the floodplain. So I'd like to see that cleared up myself.
Yeah.
So, Paul, let me ask you, do you think that if the applicant addressed it, switching out the no waiver request to a waiver request, but with the information that you've just cited, you know, I'm on the fence here, but I tend to lean towards if they address it and it's impossible to achieve, then at least we've put it in. If Drew is correct and it's totally impossible, but if there's a way that it can be addressed, I think that we would get through the next 9 months to a year with a better understanding of it's a very, very thorny intersection of local and state and overlaying bylaws and rules and interpretations. And this is a big project.
Indeed.
In my world, this is a big project.
It is.
So, would that
But
work?
you had mentioned that Paul had mentioned that the way to achieve that setback, a waiver, is to keep the footprint the same, but there is no existing footprint. This is a proposed new development.
I mentioned that.
So that's why I said the setback is impossible, because if you're saying that you need to achieve a 75-foot setback from the edge of the floodplain between AE and X, that's placing it in an area that's unknown, could already be previously developed, most likely is. Therefore, it is truly not possible to achieve. There is no existing structure here. So this is new development, so I'm not sure where that comment was going.
Well, I did compare this project as a new development as opposed to a raise and replace.
Yes, but you had mentioned if you kept the footprint the same, and there is no footprint.
Right, as in the raise and replace is what I was referring to.
Right.
Let me go out to the public for questions, and then we can come back and see where we want to go with this. Are there any questions from members of the audience or people that are online?
I got nothing online, no.
Okay, so there appears to be several concerns. I know, Steve, you talked about the landscape plan, the depth of the pool, the amount of fill that's coming in. We now know the groundwater elevation is 3.5. We do not still know the depth of the pool. You said you didn't have that information. So it's impossible for us to determine if there's an intersection of the construction of this pool with the groundwater elevation. Assuming the worst-case scenario, if there were, we'd need to see on a plan some methodology for dewatering. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to deal with intersecting that. The asphalt driveway seemed to be an issue for a commissioner. We are in a floodplain. If that can be rethought into something that's pervious, that would be good. I don't know what else did I miss.
A couple of things is to show the flood zone information on a plan. It's not shown. You're showing a temporary construction entrance. I don't know if that's required on this plan?
I
That
don't,
was left
it's
holdover?
not required. It would just be sort of a riprap to capture any mud from the trucks that are leaving the site so that they're not mucking up the road and taking that sediment elsewhere on into the neighborhood.
Okay, so that's the only construction entrance that's gonna be? Because it looks like you're gonna clear the whole front of the property so vehicles can pull in.
They'll just be using the construction access just to keep it simple and to control vehicles.
Okay, and then, I just know from being on the New Seabury ARC committee that cobblestone edges are required for driveways along the road, so if you can add that in, that will save you problems down the road. So,
I do have a question. You had mentioned landscaping plan. Does the commission have a landscaping, a list of plants that they prefer that aren't necessarily in a mitigation area, but for species that they prefer in planting areas on the property?
Yeah, so we recommend plants, native plants from the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension List. If you need that, we can send it. They have.
I've got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you probably have it, so you know they have both the inland and the coastal varieties, so.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
and the last question I have, is there an apron around the swimming pool, or is it just grass to the edge of the
It's
swimming pool?
patio, a paver patio.
Paper patio, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
sort of that outline.
This says concrete pool deck,
Ah,
so that's not paver.
concrete.
Okay, so we have a lengthy list of concerns. I can go with as presented and ask for a motion, or if you would like to request a continuance, you're
We would like
certainly-
to request a continuance,
would like
yes.
to request a continuance to put these things together, try to clear up as much as we can with this. Okay. Hold on one second, yes.
Before we close this, even with the list of concerns being addressed on the new plan, is this something that we can close an issue? There are so many ways where it violates the regulations here. I mean, we're taking a completely wooded lot within the A zone of the floodplain. Everything but a sliver of the 75-foot buffer is up against, I mean, there's no room for compensatory plantings because most of the property can't be touched.
Right.
So even with the extra effort to put together all these concerns and submit a new plan, are we even then going to be able to permit this? I just want to make sure we're honoring everybody's time here.
My own view is that that's yet to be seen. The applicant has come in, they've made a presentation, we've communicated a lot of the concerns that we have, all of the concerns that we have. If they can come back and address all of those concerns within the regulatory language of the bylaw and 310 CMR, then if it meets the criteria of the law, we would approve the project. If they come back and whatever they come back with is not sufficient, I can accept a motion as presented, and it goes from there. And each commissioner can address it the way they want. If they feel as though, I can't go with this, as Drew mentioned in a different project, state your regulatory concern, give us that statute, and we go from there. That's generally the way these things roll out. Hannah, you have a list, so you're clear on everything that the commission is looking for in terms of clarification? Okay. So I would accept a motion on the continuance request.
So moved.
Thank you, Steve. Is there
Second.
a second? Let me get the second first. So the motion is made and seconded, and now we'll get from Dan the date and time.
So you can go, we're wide open for anything right now, so we have May 23rd, June 13th, however you'd like to go about it.
Brian, do you think May 23rd or June 18th?
13th.
13th for a turnaround time?
I would say the 13th. I don't think the 23rd is feasible to get revised plans done in time.
Yeah, you got a lot.
June 13th then.
So it'll be at 6:30 on June 13th.
Wonderful, thank you.
6:30. 6:13. Don't go anywhere yet, Hannah. Nobody's voted yet, so. So the motion's made and seconded. We have a date and time. Before I take a roll call vote, is there any further questions, comments, concerns?
I do have a question.
Yes, Drew.
It's for Sarah.
It's for Sarah.
I'm listening, Drew.
Sarah, you had mentioned that, I just want to clarify that you understand that there are allowances under the regulations for development of what are considered to be developable lands. And these are developable lots. So I just want to confirm that you do understand that.
My understanding is that there has to be a demonstrated compelling need in the waiver. Is that correct?
Well, I'm just saying overall for these lots that they can be developed.
Of course,
Because they
that's
have
the
been
zoning.
they're not restricted, in other
That's
words.
not our decision. Right, of course.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
And
That's all.
Your concern is the compelling need on the
Correct.
waiver request. Hers is a legitimate concern. Okay. Any other discussion? We're good? I'll take a roll call vote. Sarah? On the
Yes.
continuance?
Yes.
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 Steve? Yes. Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. So it's unanimous, so we'll see you on June 13th, right?
Yes.
June 13th.
thank you, Hannah.
For your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just get this back in the right folder. Okay, moving on. Now calling the 6:39 hearing for 70 Alma Road, Harry F. Salawatz and Marilyn T. Salawatz, irrevocable trust, Mark J. Salawatz trustee. Proposed raise and replace of a single-family dwelling with porches, decks, steps, utilities, upgraded IA septic system, site grading, and landscaping. Representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This is a notice of intent request. DEP file number is 433289. Good evening, gentlemen. If I can have your names for the record, we can begin.
Good evening, Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands Engineering.
Mark,
Good evening, Tyler Franklin with Rubin and Rubin.
Tyler, okay. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Good evening. The project tonight, we filed an NOI for the raise and replace of an existing dwelling at 70 Alma Road. The only resource area associated with the project is land subject to coastal storm flowage. You can actually see that the easterly portion of the lot, you'll see the blue line that comes from the east, cuts through the house and heads out the south. There's actually a portion, the easterly edge is in the flood zone, the westerly edge is out of the flood zone. So we are proposing to remove the existing dwelling that is not flood code compliant at this time and rebuild the proposed footprint dwelling that you see there. We're also proposing to upgrade the septic system fully, including an IA septic system. We're proposing to add roof drain runoff collection, as well proposing to replace a tree down in the back between the sheds. There's an existing tree that we're proposing to replace that would be in very close proximity of the new house. So we are proposing to replace that tree, as well as the two existing sheds are being removed. And the driveway, it says proposed driveway, that is proposed to be a gravel driveway. So you can see that under the existing paved driveway is quite large, so that's being removed and replaced with a gravel driveway. So the actual, so again, we submitted the plans, as you see here. We also submitted a supplemental letter following that with, again, summarizing the environmental benefits of the project, which include the IA system, upgrading the house to a flood-compliant, flood code house. You know, current dwelling is not up to flood code. The dry wells, the crawl space, this will have a crawl space with flood panels, so and actually the property will provide additional flood storage. There's essentially no grading required. The existing lot is so very close to being out of the floodplain that there's really no grading required to make the project work. And as well, with the change of the driveway from paved driveway to gravel driveway, it's actually an overall net decrease of impervious area from approximately 2,300 square feet to 1,800 square feet. So we provided a supplemental letter with that information, as well as a waiver request from section 25C7C setbacks for the property. In general, that is my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Tyler, is there anything you would like to add, or you just
Just an opportunity to respond to any comments from the commission as they come up on the project.
good enough?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So I will go out first to commissioners for any questions that they may have.
I have no questions. I'm fine with this project as proposed.
Okay.
I have a very simple question.
ahead, Marjorie.
And I'm sorry, I can't find it, but I know it's in here somewhere. What is the square footage of the original dwelling and the new dwelling?
So I don't have the exact square footage of each dwelling. I have the the square footage of what is considered structure and lot coverage. So the existing structures, which means the existing house, the existing wood deck, the existing sheds, is 1,319 square feet.
Yeah.
And the proposed is 1,856 square feet.
So that roughly 500 foot increase there,
Correct.
but still 2 bedrooms?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did the Board of Health already approve this?
It is,
No.
I believe it does not need any variances, so it would just need a disposal works permit. I don't know if they've provided any comments or input at this point.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Board of Health, yay or nay? They haven't weighed in yet?
They weighed in that it's Zone 2 and it's deed restricted to 2 bedrooms, previously permitted by Board of Health. Raise and replace of existing dwelling triggers the need for full compliance with Board of Health IA septic regulations. IA septic designs to be reviewed upon submission to BOH, and the floor plans to be reviewed as well.
Okay, but that hasn't been done yet. They're going to follow us?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, concerns? None? Do we have the nitrogen calculations submitted?
They should be in the file. I don't have an extra copy. I mean,
Recall seeing those, but
it's a pretty significant
type of
reduction.
system? What is the system, Mark?
It's a fast IA system.
Fast?
Yeah, basically going from an existing 2-bedroom without one to a 2-bedroom with one, so it is a significant reduction. It should be in the file. If it's not, we can provide a copy.
I didn't see it, but I might have missed it. Do you know if we have those calculations or not?
I did not see the
I'm
calculations.
looking at
in the
your
file.
revised things that you sent out. I don't see them there. I didn't see them in the original filing. Maybe, Drew, do you have any information on the nitrogen calculations for this project for Regulation 30?
If it wasn't included in the narrative, then no.
Yeah, I didn't see it anywhere. That's why I'm asking. I assume they're good, but I don't want to assume anything.
can tell you they would be improved over the existing septic system.
All right, I got it.
Absolutely. Oh, wait a second, we do have it.
7.8 Appendix H in the Notice of Intent filing. That was what it was in. Page 14. So the existing is 12.9, and the proposed is 10.9.
Existing's 12.9 and proposed is 10.9.
10.9,
it's
so
a
it is
reduction
under
of 2.
our regulation 30.
Yeah, we're at 19.
19 parts per million is the threshold.
So it's under it.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure we had that. I didn't see it. I missed it. And on the waiver request for 25C7C, going back to the old numerations, I recall reading that. I think you referred to the health and safety of the occupants, and could you refresh my memory on others that were there?
Yeah, so the main compelling need is that, you know, they're living currently in an existing non-compliant, flood-compliant house. The rest of it was related to, you know, to what degree compensatory mitigation are offsetting impacts. Basically, by reducing impervious area, making a flood-compliant house, we feel we're reducing impacts to land subject to coastal storm flowage. And then we're obviously not impacting any other resource areas, so, you know, giving the compelling need to just bring the house to flood compliancy, and the fact that, so you had A, B, and C, the fact that the relaxation of standards are more than minor, then chances for a waiver diminish. This waiver is required no matter what, even if they came in to repair the septic system or something, you know, so it's just mandatory essentially. And then C, which is wetland value enhancement that can be achieved. We're talking about the land subject coastal storm flowage, so by not having fill, flood compliant house, crawl space with vents, flood vents, as well as reduced impervious area, we felt the main compelling need of health and safety is the basis for the waiver.
One last question I have, and it would go back to the previous filing that was withdrawn. I think there was discussion about being able to put a couple of trees somewhere in the back area for mitigation. Is that part of this proposal? Because I didn't see that.
We've proposed the one tree to replace a tree, 1-to-1.
1-to-1?
We'd be happy to take any further input and potentially propose a couple more. Or work with staff to propose a couple more. It's up to the commission.
I know the discussion centered around not having enough room to put a lot of mitigation back there, and there was, I think it was Commissioner Godfrey that was concerned about the fairly large cherry tree in the front of the property that's going, right? It has to go for the septic system to go in. So, just bringing that up. Yeah, there it is, right there on the screen. So this proposed tree that's going in, what is that? Do we have a?
We did not specify. We can pick a suitable tree off the list and work with staff.
I think
We can pick one right now if we want, but.
If we're going to approve that, maybe have staff look at something that's appropriate or native for that area.
Yeah, there's more than enough trees that can go there. That's not a problem at all. So, and if you're open, as you said, to multiple trees or whatever the commission deems, so, yeah, we can work with that.
You know, if we could equal the biomass of what's lost, I'd be happy about that. Okay, I have no further questions, none from, yes, Sarah.
One question,
Sure.
actually, for Tyler. On the discussion on the waiver, I was wondering if you could just explain, because we've seen your name on several of the applications tonight with this kind of the same narrative. So could you explain the waiver request being submitted subject to an express reservation of rights and what that means?
Sure, that means that if, for all the reasons that we previously stated, we don't think a waiver is actually legally required. We are making it because it's clear that the commission would like a waiver to be submitted. If for some reason the application was denied, I'm reserving my rights to raise the issue that a waiver was never required on appeal.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Anything else? Dan, I'll go to you if you have any other comments or questions.
For me, it's pretty simple. The project was before us before, and now it's obviously a separate notice of intent. So I just want to make sure that you are comfortable with this. Is this project going to improve the resource area and site and the conditions of the site compared to what currently is there?
Yes, I believe so, with the reasons we've already mentioned. I can go through them again if you want.
Nope, we're good. I just wanted to make sure. That's all.
Drew, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes, just to note that they have submitted a waiver with a reservation of rights from Regulation 25C7C setbacks. I don't know, I'm not familiar enough with the rationale to see where that goes from there, from that waiver request, but I'll defer to the commission on that. Also, as noted in the project narrative, that they're also seeking a waiver, or they're stating that waivers from Regulation 25C2A do not apply. There are no naturally vegetated areas on the lot due to its previously altered legally developed condition. Under Reg 25C2D, the provisions of C2, B, C, and D do not apply to any lots or portions thereof and/or existing or legally permitted development, construction, or alterations that are not the subject of a filing under Chapter 172. In other words, these regulatory provisions are not retroactive to existing projects that were done legally. The entire property was legally developed prior to the establishment of Mashpee's wetland bylaw. The proposal includes a flood zone compliant home where the existing home is not flood zone compliant, improved stormwater runoff capture and reduction of impervious surfaces, treatment of stormwater runoff, and reduced impact on water quality through a required IA septic system. So compared to the existing conditions on the lot, it's my professional opinion that what's being proposed is better, less impactful than the existing home and lot conditions. And I would recommend to close an issue.
Thank you. I'll go to the public for questions or comments. None? We're good there? Dan, there's no one else there that wants to talk?
We're good.
Okay, so I think we're all set for a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, make a motion, Mr. Chairman, for 70 Alma Road for close an issue with the condition to add multiple trees in the rear of the property in consultation with staff, and approval of the waiver request for 25C7C setbacks for this project.
Okay,
I think that covers everything that was discussed.
I believe you're right. Just gonna check to make sure so we don't have to amend the motion. Yeah, Drew explained that with the waiver. I think we're good.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion or deliberation by commissioners on the motion that we have on the table? In terms of discussion, I will comment on Regulation 25C7C. It's refreshing to see a person coming before us, asking for a waiver and stating the rationale for that. When I see health and safety issues, that gets my attention fairly quick. I also look at this project as a very minimal expansion, 500 square feet, I believe it was. No increase in flow, a lot of uptake on the construction design so that it's a lot more compliant, better structure. So I find really no objections to everything that's been presented here. I know when we looked at the setback requirements, even the setback language that's in our regulation, which is borrowed from another state, that state was offering relief in the form of, I believe they didn't call it a waiver, they called it a variance. There was some committee that you could apply to. And I maintained from the very beginning that the relief structure is in 172 to ask for a waiver from this. Because as Drew mentioned, in some cases, it's impossible. This case, the house is pretty much staying where it is. There's a minimal amount of expansion. So I feel very comfortable with everything that we have. So I have nothing further to say. Anything else? Then I think we're good. I'll take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and I vote yes as well. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's clean this up a little bit. Trying not to have a mess on my desk here.
Dan, do you know, whoever, is it Stacy that puts these together? Does she prefer to have them back in the pocket or just taken out altogether?
We take them all apart tomorrow anyway.
Do you have a preference? What's
No, we
easiest
don't
for you?
really have a preference.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'd just put them back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we're moving on.
Okay. Let's move on. Oh, Sandy's out of the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, we still have a quorum. I'm going to just continue along because we have a quorum and it's a continuance, thing, right? Okay, I'm going to open up the 642 hearing for 135 Daniels Island Road, New Seabury Marina LLC. This is a proposed marina expansion and improvement dredging. The representative is Ty and Bond, Inc. This hearing is continued from April 18th. It's a notice of intent application, DEP file number 433283. And we have a request by the applicant for an additional continuance to May 23rd at 6:36. And the rationale for that is to allow more time for planned revisions based on discussion with harbor master and conservation agent. My question is this based on anticipated discussion, or are we in discussion with the harbor master? Have they begun those discussions?
Oh, no, they've already had their discussion about this. The harbor master in depth has especially. So
Okay.
they are aware of what direction they need to go in,
And
and
they
it was no minor changes, so they needed to change, they needed time to change it.
Okay, so we're waiting on the results of those discussions. It's not like we're just sitting here spinning our wheels. We're
Yep, there's no
Progress.
projected date of meeting, it's already occurred.
progress in the background. Okay, that's good. All right, so I would accept the motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Steve.
Second?
Thank you, Aaron. Motion made and seconded for this continuance. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So that one will be continued to May 23,
May 23rd at 6:36.
6:36. Okay. Moving on. Calling the 6:45 hearing, 425 Monomoskoye Road, Mark H. and Lisa White. This is a proposed raise and replace of a single-family dwelling, deck, boathouse, driveway, Title V septic system, landscaping, utilities, and associated appurtenances. The representative is Cape and Islands Engineering, Inc. This is continued from 2/15, 3/21, 4/18, It's a notice of intent, DEP file number 433269. And before we begin this, I'm going to ask Dan to clarify commissioners that are eligible to vote on this proposal if we get to that stage. I just want to make sure we
So,
we need.
for this one, if memory serves right, it was officially opened at the 418 hearing, correct? And that was the first time the other two were continued. So from the 418 hearing on whoever was here, the only person who would be excluded at this point, I believe, would be Erin.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron, did you,
Yes, because you were,
did you watch the video? Did you
Yeah.
fill out the form?
Yep.
And you've submitted
I
the,
thought I did, yeah. I watched the video for sure, yeah.
okay, and you've submitted your affidavit, so
I thought so, but if I didn't, then I'm,
I'll check right now.
some of you.
is there a way to verify that? So, I mean, I'll open it up and we can get started, but I don't want to have,
Yep, you could open it up, I just need 2 minutes.
okay, sure. Okay, so, good evening, gentlemen. Can I have your name for the record? I remember the names, but it's formalities.
Tyler Franklin from Rubin and Rubin.
And Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands Engineering.
So that was for 279.
Just side note, I believe Aaron was a voting member at the hearing we opened, but just,
Erin was, she was here, but I know you left at
Okay,
some
sorry
point.
about
You,
Was this the one from last time?
there was a problem at
Your
your home
dogs.
with the dog, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I was like,
So I
Right,
don't,
yeah.
I don't know.
So she filled out the one for 279 Monomoskoye?
I know, right?
That was the
they're
one
all
she
on.
filled out
Right,
for the Mullen Rule for 425. We did not receive it because that was the one where she left
okay.
preemptively.
All right, so Erin won't be voting on this, but you're more than welcome to listen along.
Sure.
Okay, and we still have more than a quorum. Question from our recording secretary.
In the minutes, I have marked when Erin had to leave.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
In the minutes, I have it marked in italics, I believe, when Erin had to leave the meeting.
Yes, I did,
The time were like right after.
I saw that in the minutes, and I was just trying to determine, was it before this opened up or after?
On the list at the top here.
Yep.
Or her name's on here too.
Okay, yeah.
So you must have left right after it then?
So because I feel like I did hear it.
Yep, so you're good.
Okay.
I'm actually
Okay.
looking at it
All
right
right.
now, so you are good.
So she's good.
No, I'm not gonna go to the bathroom. Okay.
So there's no affidavit.
Go ahead. Okay.
It's to be clarified. If you can wait? Okay. All right, Mark, we're set.
good evening again, Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands. So we did present this project at the last hearing. I submitted a revised plan and a supplemental letter. That letter has 4 comments that I believe we needed to address, as well as a final summary of what we feel are environmental project changes and benefits to the project, as well, lastly, a similar waiver request for 25C7C. So I'm just going to go through the 4 comments. A commissioner commented regarding the Regulation 25, Section 5 regarding vertical walls within 100 feet of the water body and within the flood zone. Within that section, we believe that properly designed and engineered foundation walls can be allowed by the commission. We've, as some other things we'll mention, like the amount of foundation walls that this proposed house is actually decreasing a little bit. But we do believe that as designed to meet building code, that these are properly designed walls which can be allowed in that zone. And as well, I'd like to add that in previous projects, this commission has typically included a condition that all retaining walls, landscape bulkheads, seawalls, revetments must be built on footings and contain weep holes for drainage. And I believe the intent of that condition is to ensure that a wall in those areas is properly designed. So we do feel that the proposal, that it meets current building code, flood code, that the walls related to the foundation are allowed to be built. I can receive follow-up from the commission. I'll go through my 4 comments first. A second question was, I believe, from the agent. Can the house be rebuilt in similar configuration to the existing house? Because, and I think the kind of the basis for that comment was there were some trees proposed or shown in the existing area of the driveway that we had proposed to remove. There was about 5 trees. There used to be 5 trees with X's through them. We've altered the driveway and been able to believe we can save 3 of those 5 trees. And then in the documentation, I provided the remaining 7 trees that we've marked to be removed are currently, literally, some of them are growing into the structure. We feel that even if we were to rebuild exact same footprint to current flood code, which is a taller structure, that all 7 of those trees would need to come down for just feasibility to build those that structure. So and the reason that the layout is being altered isn't conservation related. It's architectural related views. It's actually considering a view of a neighbor as well. So by revising the driveway and showing that a number, the significant number, actually almost majority of the trees, they're just in close proximity of the existing dwelling and would need to be replaced anyway. So we feel by replanting trees that we've shown, that's a suitable response for that question. The next item was a question regarding groundwater. We dug a test hole and confirmed that the groundwater was similar to the old test pit we had shown on the property. And I did also revise the roof runoff systems to be a shallower type system. They still have the same amount of leaching area and should handle the same amount of runoff, but you'll see in the profile that they achieve at least a 2-foot minimum, which is kind of a DEP stormwater standard separation to groundwater. So we did make that revision. And Drew McManus also suggested, since we're the proximity to the velocity zone, to ask if mitigation could be doubled. So we actually, based on the revised calculations, we actually reduced some of the development by way of reducing the driveway. We recalculated mitigation per your waiver table, mitigation table. It required 467 square feet, which is already more than 2 to 1. We doubled that, so we're providing over 4 to 1 mitigation for this project. So just a quick summary. Based on the revisions we've done this round, and we did an early round with Drew, structure coverage in the 0.75 buffer is actually being reduced. Existing lawn in the 75 buffer is being reduced by 311 square feet. The dwelling footprint of, the foundation, the living area, is being reduced by 21 square feet. We have 4 to 1 mitigation. We have a fully flood compliant structure, dry well, stormwater management, and it's being pushed back from the salt marsh by about 5 feet. We're proposing a natural vegetated buffer, and we're actually increasing flood storage capacity because that lower level will be available with flood vents. And lastly, we did submit a waiver request from section 25C7C. Again, the main compelling need is 100% of this dwelling is the living space is on that lower level at elevation 5. So the entire amount of living space is 8 feet below flood elevation. So, you know, there's a significant health and safety reason for a compelling need to rebuild this house. The house is not particularly getting bigger. You'll notice the lot coverage is a little bit, structure coverage is bigger because of the deck, but when you raise the first floor, you need a deck to versus right now there's a patio. So, you know, structure coverage is getting a little bit bigger, but the livable space of the house, footprint of the house, is really not increasing in size. And then all the other reasons, the increased buffer zones, the moving the project back some, IA system runoff would help to enhance most of the resource areas for the site. I believe that's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. We will open this up for questions, comments by commissioners. Whoever would like to start.
I have a question.
My only question was, thank you for your presentation. So you went through the reduction of the structure coverage, et cetera, which is great. Seems like it's going to be left in better shape than you found it, but I don't see the square footage. Can you just give me the update? You're putting up the new home is going to, did you say 5 bedrooms?
Correct. The structure, the dwelling footprint is going from 2,981 square feet to 2,960 square feet.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I'm wanting you to confirm what with all of that, I didn't hear the square footage of the existing home and the proposed new home.
They're basically almost 3,000 square feet with a 21 square foot reduction.
Reduction. Okay.
21 square foot, excuse me, reduction?
It's almost 3,000 square feet with a 21 square foot reduction.
Before or after? So it's going to be 2,100 square feet when it's done?
It'll be 21 square feet less when it's done.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
21. So it's 3,000, give or take, and it's slightly less now than it was.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Sarah?
Thank you. Mark, I have a question actually about the septic system. So I see that we've got this within the 150-foot buffer. We're, you know, within 150 feet of the water itself. And I understand that the IA systems are denitrifying. Can you explain to me the mechanism when the ground gets inundated and when there is a flood event, if there's any sort of sewage overflow or how these systems perform when they're completely submerged? And forgive me, I don't see the depth to groundwater here, but I can't imagine it's too far down.
Yes.
There's a lot on this plan, so forgive me if I'm missing it.
Yeah, so the systems are designed and required to have a 5-foot separation to groundwater.
Okay.
I mean, in the event of a flood, the subsurface system, it's underground, it'll, you know, it's not going to create sewage just flowing out of the ground. It's contained underground. If this entire place is inundated, I hope the applicant left, but so there's no new flow going into there, potentially. There is no, in velocity zones, there's a requirement to, if there's a cover, it's required to be fastened down, you know, for larger waves could knock a cover off. In the A zone, in Title V, there's no particular extra requirements other than the typical stuff, the separation to groundwater. The applicant probably is could propose, 6 inches of cover. It's allowed to have soil over those covers, so it's basically contained. There's no risk of flood damage. But otherwise, there's no particular additional protection that the IA does to help against flooding. In regards to flooding, it's not designed to provide any more protection, I guess is my answer. But the rest of the time, which is hopefully 99.99% of the time, it's reducing nitrogen from the sewer flow.
I see. Thank you.
All set, Sarah?
Yeah. That's good. Thank you.
Steve, any questions?
Okay, is the foundation walls wood framed or concrete?
They will be concrete.
So, going back to the previous hearing, I had asked how these concrete walls meet the requirements of, Regulation 25C4. And I know walls have to be designed by a structural engineer in a flood zone, but C4 says, vertical walls are not permitted. And this is I know it's in an A zone, but you're within 5 feet of a velocity zone. So you're gonna have 9 feet, 10 feet of wave action there. So wouldn't you wanna, have some resiliency and put it on pilings instead of having a 9 or 10 foot high vertical wall with wave action? And then I assume there's doors in that concrete wall and windows.
Okay, to respond. So regarding the velocity zone line, per the definitions, that's the line. So basically anything on the water side of that line can be waves 3 feet or greater. And then anything on the other side of that line is basically waves that can be 2 to 3 feet. So, where would that discussion stop? All we can do is we are outside of velocity zone. Because it's close by does not particularly change the fact that waves per definition will be 2 to 3 feet. So, we just, being engineers, we just have to design around the resource areas as they're defined and as we need to show them on a plan, which is with respect to a velocity zone, it's the mapped line. We don't set that on an elevation. We just set that per the map line. I think Tyler might want to respond to the other wall question.
Yeah, so my understanding is that Drew, as well as the building commissioner, don't read this requirement as being a prohibition of vertical walls in the A zone. And your current reading, Commissioner, I would argue would conflict with the building code. And there's canon case law on point that says the building code has been worked through purposefully to create uniformity throughout the Commonwealth. They've explicitly considered construction within flood zones, and they've developed criteria to ensure that each house is built in a way that addresses erosion, addresses damage to flood. These are all things that are considered when the regulations are being developed. And so to try to, on a local level, interject or prohibit certain construction that's allowed under the code is actually, constitutionally not valid under case law. So when the building code steps into a realm like this and specifically addresses an issue such as what can or can't be constructed in the flood zone, a local commission can't narrow the options that are available or somehow restrict what's permitted under the code. And if you just take a step back and think about the rationale for that is we would have a patchwork across the Commonwealth of different towns having different criteria, and the construction industry and everybody and homeowners, there'd be every case would be different, and it would just interject some level of chaos that the building code and, other statutes and codes are developed to avoid. So from a legal perspective, that's our position on that.
So you're saying that we should ignore this regulation that's been approved by the people of Mashpee?
I would say, I don't think that your interpretation is actually consistent with what other people have interpreted and applied it. So I would say your interpretation of that regulation is not consistent with maybe what the intent is, but even if that is, I would say that it's constitutionally invalid to create a regulation that's in contradiction with the code. And in my submittal, I cite case law to that effect, so.
Okay, but this is a regulation that's been on the books for years here. So just because you guys disagree with it, we should ignore it?
I mean, the point I would say, has anybody challenged it in court? I don't think so. So, I mean, it hasn't come up. I mean,
so
I'm just telling you from a legal perspective, if this is to be challenged in court, I feel pretty confident that
okay.
that a court would determine that this is inconsistent with what the building code is. And the building commissioner I spoke with today he doesn't believe that there's any prohibition on vertical walls under the code, and that there are many projects that have been approved consistently with a concrete foundation, as long as there's steps taken, which we've done here, to ensure that the risks associated with flooding is addressed.
Okay, because there's a long fetch here. When you stand in that backyard, you can see all the way to South Cape Beach, you can see Martha's Vineyard off in the distance. So this is a really high wind, and you got a velocity zone within 5 feet of the deck and probably 10 feet of your foundation wall. So wouldn't it behoove the owners of this property and engineers to say, for resiliency, for flood zone resiliency, because waves are gonna hit these walls and bounce back out and cause erosion, and you have 43 inches to groundwater per the test hole that you just did. So you can't even get a foundation in 4 feet deep per the code without dewatering the hole. And then that was my other question is, I see you have a dewatering basin. Is that for that?
It would be for any activity that requires
Yeah.
dewatering. correct.
So I don't see how a full 9 or 10 foot high concrete foundation wall, even though it's designed by a structural engineer, will withstand wave action and erosion. And then if you have doors and windows get blown out, you got a 6'8", 6 foot, 7 foot high door, and you have 9 feet of flood water. It doesn't make sense to me in that location. I understand other locations make sense, and this commission has approved in other locations. But this site with a long fetch and at the end of Monomoskoye, this is going to get the brunt of any storm action.
I guess I'd just circle back to what Mark said earlier, is that in interpreting these regulations, we're constrained by the zones, right? So this is in an A zone, regardless of proximity to any other, to the velocity zone. The regulations in the A zone are what we're applying and what we're analyzing this project under. So, and just to build off of that, the building code, all the professional minds that have gone into considering the construction of homes and residential homes in the A zone have vetted this issue and determined that if it's built to the code, then it can be put in there. And vertical walls can be put in there, as opposed to, I would also note that the regulation contemplates, it doesn't prohibit other walls. I mean, you can put in other walls, I guess, that aren't vertical. Does that mean like
In space.
rounded walls? I don't understand.
Let
I
me,
don't necessarily know what that means, but
Let me interrupt. In the interest of time, rather than have this back and forth discussion, obviously you are where you are, and Steve, you're where you are. Unless there's something you want to add to that, I'd like to move on to other issues that might be pertinent, that other commissioners might have. I don't know. We've gone around it a couple of times, so I figured it's time to move. Nothing? Marjorie, any questions that you have?
No, it was a fascinating exchange, but I'm good.
Okay. Again, I'll be repeating myself, it's kind of like when we were at the last meeting. I'm glad to see the waiver requests. It kind of opens up a whole new perspective and sheds some light on, when you mentioned that the entire living structure is at elevation 5, floodplain is somewhere up there, that's a frightening thing, especially the way storms come in here. But I have another concern. This is a 5-bedroom proposal. And the lot size, and I talked about this at the last hearing, the lot size is well under 40,000 square feet. And the town of Mashpee has a bylaw which restricts development of more than 4 bedrooms on a lot less than 40,000 square feet. You need an additional 10,000 square feet for each additional bedroom. Now, my take on this is, if I go back to 310 CMR 1001, I want to make sure I get the exact. 310 CMR 1001-2 specifically charges the Conservation Commission with protection of groundwater. Mashpee Wetlands Bylaw 172-1 specifically charges the Conservation Commission with protection of groundwater. We have no performance standards for groundwater other than Regulation 30, which I assume you've met. You have the nitrogen calculations for this. But there is a regulatory pathway from 310 CMR 10.012 and 172-1 to this commission to protect groundwater. And my feeling is I look to Chapter 108, the flow neutral bylaw for the town of Mashpee. That bylaw specifically, under 108.2 applicability, states, "This chapter shall apply to all property located in the town, which is or shall in the future be serviced by an on-site sewage disposal system pursuant to Title V, or connected to a private or public sewage disposal sewer system. The present and future wastewater flows to any such on-site sewage disposal or sewer system shall, pursuant to this regulation, be limited to the flows permitted from such properties as of the effective date of the Mashpee Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, CWMP, July 1, 2015. When I received the comments today, the comments that I have on this project state, design plans prepared by Cape and Islands Engineering for a 5-bedroom IA septic system were approved by the BOH on January 16th, 2024. I contacted the health agent today, and I asked for his rationale on approving a 5-bedroom system, which definitely does not align with the requirements of Chapter 108 of the Mashpee Code. This code was added as a result of town meeting of May 3rd, 2021. It was approved by the Attorney General on 6/29/21. It is the cornerstone of Mashpee's watershed permit proposal. It is what we are all facing here in Mashpee. The waters are a mess. And if I have a proposal that's on my desk and I don't see that it aligns with Chapter 108, I see this as my purview, simply stated with the fact that when I'm sworn as a Conservation Commissioner, I raise my hand and I have to pledge to uphold the bylaws of the town of Mashpee, not just 172, all of the bylaws. So I'm very uncomfortable with a project that's going to 5 bedrooms, that it says approved by the BOH. I heard nothing from Mr. Seabury that convinces me that this is aligned with 108. I feel as though the bylaw has been misinterpreted by the health department. And this is just, to me, I'm not speaking for the commission, this is totally unacceptable. We just had a meeting and we're appropriating millions and millions and millions of dollars. And if we violate 108, we lose our SRF 0% funding. And I am not going to take that chance, period. Anything else?
Can you share what Zach Seabury said about his rationale?
Yes, Zach Seabury's rationale was, and I don't have his email in front of me, but I know what he said. He pointed at 1085, modifications to existing parcels or changes in use in sewer service areas. And he said to me, Paul, this is not a sewer service area. It doesn't matter. Because when you look at 1085, Section A, single-family residences, it specifically says you need to have that extra 10,000 square feet. It's not here. Now, there's relief. There's relief to 108, but that only comes after a public hearing and a variance is granted. If that public hearing occurred, and I asked about that, it hasn't. If that variance has been granted, and I asked about that, and it hasn't, then I'd be comfortable. But I'm not, because I don't think the criteria of the Mashpee bylaw is being followed.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes,
I think there's also, I could be wrong, but correct me if I am, relief if the applicants voluntarily choose to go in and do a redo of the floor plan. One of the reasons that I asked early on about the 5 bedrooms, brought it down to the 4-bedroom. It's a 4-bedroom now, I believe, right?
it's it is. And it's 4-bedroom by right, according to Chapter 108. There's no question about that. But when you go to that extra flow, that's when you run into issues with flow neutral.
Right. So, but if the applicant so chose and redid the floor plan, and they could even bring it back to our staff, or I would defer to process to my colleagues. But I think if they brought it down to a 4-bedroom, would you be of the mind to then pass it this evening? Close an issue? Is that what we're doing? Where are we? Yeah.
We're nowhere near that point yet. We're just talking about issues.
Yeah, I know.
It would meet the
Well,
regulations. If it were a
but that's
4-bedroom
what I'm
system,
saying.
they're entitled to that by right.
The point at which it defies, because I agree with you in the interpretation of the regulation, but isn't there relief in changing the floor plan so that it does not trigger that, and it does not ask for that? It could be a 4-bedroom, and
Right.
for that particular violation, come back into compliance, no?
I understand, yep. Mark?
Just a quick response. I respectfully disagree. Article 2, Regulation of Sewage Flow, Section 2, Applicability, the very first sentence, it says, "This chapter shall apply to all property located in the town which is or shall in the future be connected to Mashpee sewer system." And I believe, based on Zach Seabury's commentary, was that this was an area not, that does not meet that first applicability sentence. So just 2 things. This is an issue that as an engineering firm, we're gonna run into a lot. So I do agree 100%. It needs to be ironed out. The correct answer needs to be figured out. And again, I'm not sure it applies to this project, but the applicant would be willing to change if we can potentially move forward, would accept a condition that the system only be a 4-bedroom system, and floor plans would be reviewed by Board of Health staff, and the applicant would be willing to only have a 4-bedroom system on this property.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. I think that's something to consider, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you, Marjorie. Other questions, concerns? Dan, anything you want to add?
Nothing from me, no.
Okay. Drew, anything you would like to add? Perhaps he's left us.
Andrew, is there any comments you have?
Yes, sorry, I was muted. Yes, I think that, well, I'm not, invalidating the concerns raised about Chapter 108, that eventually, that will work itself out through the Board of Health and the applicants. And any decision by the Concom isn't going to obviate that responsibility to the Board of Health and this particular issue. So it's important to understand that while I appreciate the concern and obviously the charge to protect groundwater, your decision will not grant any relief from the applicant as far as the applicability of Chapter 108. They are not intertwined as far as decision making. So it's an important thing to keep in mind that while I'm not invalidating the concern, if you were to approve this project, it doesn't mean that that issue simply goes away. So just for clarification, hand it back to you.
Thank you. Questions from the public? Yes.
Mark White, 425.
If you could come up to a microphone, because we have
Mark White,
people.
425 Monomoskoye Road, the applicant. I'm here with my wife, Lisa. Mr. Cook, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the pilings versus the concrete wall. Regardless of whether we're digging a frost wall or a piling, we have the potential, depending on when we're digging that, to encounter groundwater. So I appreciate and share your concerns with the wave action. We've lived there for 25 years, haven't had any water up there yet, although we are very low. But I would rely upon my structural engineer, my architect, and the building commissioner. And if they told me that I needed to be on pilings, then I would respect that request or demand. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So let me review where we are. Mark, you're saying that your client would be willing to reduce from 5 to 4 in the bedroom count?
Correct.
To be in compliance with Chapter 108?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm taking this on a site-by-site basis.
Exactly. I don't know if there was any other outstanding issues that we wanted to comment on before I ask for a motion.
You know, one thing I would just like to confirm before we ask for the motion is to read the text of Regulation 25, is it Section 5? That
Sarah,
talks about the
is
vertical
that Sarah?
Yeah, can you
Yes,
speak up? We
ma'am.
can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you.
I was requesting to just review the language of our Regulation 25 with regards to the vertical walls in the A zone.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I had.
I have that right here.
Yeah, this is right here. It says, it's Regulation 25C4. When alterations within the A zone of land subject to coastal storm flowage within 150 feet of a coastal water body, the following shall apply. Waves 2 to 3 feet high, i.e. too small for an area to be classified as a V zone, but still capable of causing structural damage and erosion, will occur in the base flood conditions in many coastal A zones. So because a significant portion of wave energy during a storm event reflecting off a vertical wall is directed downward, the sediment supporting such a wall are likely to be eroded. Vertical walls are thus prohibited within the A zone of a land subject to coastal storm flowage within 150 feet of a coastal water body. Other walls may be permitted upon a case showing that said walls are properly designed, will not, in storm flowage event, exacerbate erosion in adjoining areas.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, then I would accept a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to deny the application for 425 Monomoskoye Road because it does not meet the Regulation 25C4 requirements.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. So we have a motion made and seconded to deny the project as presented, I'm assuming without prejudice,
Yes.
for noncompliance with Regulation 25C4.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So that motion is made and seconded and open for discussion amongst commissioners.
Point of information,
Yes, Marjorie?
the applicants, if we deny this evening, can begin anew, come back again and appeal? What are the options?
Yes, it would, if this motion were to carry, it's a denial without prejudice, which means that the client can come back tomorrow with a different presentation and go through the process all over again.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And just for the record, they also have the right to appeal.
Yes.
And they have a right to appeal.
Yep. So, anything else?
I have a comment.
Yes. Drew?
So regarding that provision on vertical walls, I think it's important to recognize that the language does include that there is allowance for vertical walls within 150 feet of the coastal A zone within a water body in the A zone, as long as they are constructed properly as to not exacerbate erosion in adjoining areas. The vertical wall, aka the foundation, is being instituted with flood vents, and therefore it's actually improving the resiliency of the proposed home over the current home. So I can only say that if the commission does vote to carry on this motion for a denial, I can't come up with a rationale for that denial, and I would defer to the commission to draft a denial in the event of a denial, because I don't understand the rationale.
Is that it?
Yes, just so it's clear, I would not be drafting a denial if this were to be denied. You, as the decision makers, that responsibility would fall upon you.
Okay.
At least those who vote no in the majority.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'm just curious, though, Drew, when the decisions are made at the commission level, don't you draft the results and report?
Typically
whether
we do. I do, and I always have drafted, whether it's been approved or denied. But that's really predicated on my level of understanding of the rationale. And in this, where this seems to be going, and the rationale put forth, I don't feel qualified to draft a denial that would indeed be defensible based on the reasoning put forth so far in this hearing. And therefore, you all, as the commissioners, as being the decision makers, that responsibility would fall upon you.
Well, Steve, in the actual wording, Steve, of your motion, does it not say due to the fact that it violates the current regs?
It doesn't violate the regs, Marjorie, because the wall is being constructed in a way that will be flood zone resilient and compliant compared to the existing foundation of the home. So it's not a violation, and that's why I can't rationalize that line of reasoning in a draft denial.
I guess I'm clarifying the language of the motion.
Yes.
Which I
I'm
think,
saying
Steve,
there is a provision. There is a provision.
But Steve, wasn't that your motion?
To deny.
Yes, based
Yes.
on,
Yeah.
To deny based on
Regulation
If I
25C4.
misstated it, could you restate it for Drew so that it would be nice if we could all agree on what's happening and how it should be.
There's no
how it
reason
should
to restate it. I understand where Steve's coming from. It's an opinion. It's not a violation because the wall is being constructed with flood vents. Therefore, it's being resilient to flood waters. I think that's pretty clear over the existing foundation. Therefore, by virtue of that fact, this vertical wall will not exacerbate erosion because it will have flood zone resilient components being flood vents over the existing foundation, which has no flood zone resiliency components whatsoever. So I don't believe that this is a violation of that provision of Reg 25. And as such, I don't feel qualified to draft up a denial, so I would defer that drafting of the denial to the commission if this project were to be denied.
does that satisfy your question, Marjorie?
Yeah, I just want, I think I'd be more satisfied if I heard from Steve that he feels very strongly that the way that he worded his motion is in fact defensible, and that because the motion, if you could read me back the motion, I'll stand corrected, but I think the motion was due to violation of 25. Isn't that what it says?
It's 25C4, and Sarah
Four.
had asked to have that read into the record, and Steve read the regulation into the record.
Okay, so we have a difference of opinion here, right? Is that, with all due respect, Steve has created a motion that states in the affirmative that this particular application is in violation of Regulation 25, subparagraph. And Drew, our conservation agent, is saying that he does not agree with that. I just want to understand
That's
what we're
correct.
voting
That's-
on.
That's the way I've heard things so far, but we're discussing, we're in deliberation, so
Okay, all
I'm more
right.
than open to,
All right, thank you.
Go back
Thank
to
you to
Steve
both
and-
of you.
if that's what you need.
If this project was changed to pilings, I would make a motion to close an issue.
Filings aren't required.
I just,
Excuse me,
They're not
Steve-
required.
Steve has the floor right now.
I'm just going by the regulation, Drew. I understand your
But
point,
there's a
and
provision of the regulation that you're ignoring, Steve, which is that this wall is being built to be flood zone resilient, and you're not even acknowledging that.
no, I agree, but you're only talking about flood vents that handle 200 square feet of water, a foot above, no more than a foot above the existing grade, when you have 9 and 10 feet of water and waves hitting that building. Okay, yeah,
That's
I
speculation.
agree with you. The
Yeah,
flood zone.
It could be that, but it's not guaranteed. And all I'm saying, Steve, is that I fundamentally disagree with that line of reasoning, and I myself, in full disclosure, do not feel qualified to draft a denial. So it's not a threat or anything like that. It's
No,
just a
no,
matter
no,
of
I
fact that
understand where you're
don't feel
coming from.
qualified
Yeah.
to draft a denial. So if this project is
I just-
denied, that burden of drafting a denial will fall upon those who vote no in the majority.
Drew, in all due
Simple as
respect,
that.
we've heard you state this at least 5 times. We've heard it.
Right.
So we're going to
Yep.
move on here.
Good. Well, I'm glad you heard it. I hope you understand it, because it is not my responsibility to draft a denial that I don't feel is defensible, especially considering you all are the decision makers, not me. I'm an advisor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, could the applicant just wanted to make a comment? It might help the
Absolutely.
the deliberations.
We are deliberating, but I'll allow that in.
Once again, Mark White, 425 Monomoskoye, the applicant. Commissioner Cook, in the load-carrying areas of that foundation, if I was to put in a 2x2 piling, is that something that would satisfy your concern? So that any area that was structural or load-carrying would have a piling underneath it?
That'll be the whole foundation.
Well, no, because the way you frame these, it wouldn't be the whole foundation. It would just be in your load carrying points. You'd have beams and stuff like that that would.
Right, but the idea of pilings is allow water to flow through. So you wouldn't have any vertical walls. You'd have pilings supporting it, whether it's wood or whether it's concrete. You'd have pilings supporting it, and water would flow through.
Right, but as you said earlier, if it was hit by these wave actions, these walls that are there would break away, the windows and so forth.
Right, if you have windows, I don't have an architectural plan, so I'm assuming that there's windows and doors in there along with the smart vents.
Right.
Right, so if you have 9 feet of water and wave action hitting those windows and doors, they're gonna blow out regardless of whether they have flood vents there or not. Flood vents, yeah, the water's gonna flow in, but when you have anywhere
that's
from
not
1 to
gonna-
3 foot waves hitting it, and they're bouncing off the concrete walls and then blowing out your windows and doors there,
But
and then debris is flying
your
too.
concrete wall would be the pilings that I'd be putting in the structural areas, in the load carrying areas.
Okay, so your engineer said it's all concrete foundation walls, not concrete pilings.
Well, I'm just trying to reach a compromise, Mr. Cook, where we could, what I'm offering to do is put concrete pilings in there, but there'd be also a concrete wall with some framed walls with windows and stuff. So it's really accomplishing, in my opinion, what you're looking for.
So if you have wave action, they're gonna hit those walls and blow out those, you're talking about wood frame walls or concrete walls?
That'd be wood framed.
Right, so what happens with all that debris and everything when it goes in a storm event with wave action?
Well, you can look and if it was to hit it now,
Well, the house has been there for 50, 60 years, right?
Correct.
Right.
So you're
So-
making my point.
Right, it's already there, but you're proposing a new house, so
Mhm.
you're asking to, you have to meet the regulation requirements
Okay,
and long-term flood zone resiliency for you and your neighbors,
right.
right? That's
I
what
mean,
we're
it's-
talking about.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. And seeing there's no other questions, deliberations, I would take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Could we just repeat the motion for clarity?
Yes, the motion was to deny the project without prejudice based on Regulation 25C4, which deals with alterations within the A zone of LSCSF, and the issue is pilings versus vertical walls. And Drew's contention was that the regulation also says other walls may be permitted upon a clear showing that said walls are properly designed and will not, in storm flowage event, exacerbate erosion in adjoining areas. And we've heard a lot of testimony about that. So that is the motion that is there, and I think we've discussed it. I think we're there, unless there's
Okay,
something
let's
else
vote.
you...
No, I'm
Okay.
a yes to denying the project as proposed without prejudice.
Okay, Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
No.
Marjorie?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the project is denied without prejudice. You have the right to appeal or refile, and we can start anew, or I'll leave it up to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The commission has 21 days to draft a denial.
Yes.
Free Greenwood.
Oh, okay.
This is good. All right. I'm going to call the 6:48 hearing for 14 Capstan Circle, Robert P. McDonald Jr. and Tracy A. McDonald. This is a proposed raise, and replace of a single-family dwelling, associated appurtenances, new Title V septic system, landscaping, utilities, and other associated work. Representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This hearing is continued from 2:15, 3:21, and 4:18. It is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433268. And Dan has stepped out of the room. I'd like to get confirmation on applicable commissioners that can vote on this proposal based on attendance. I believe, and I'm only going from memory, I don't have it in front of me, we opened this at 2:15 and 3:21, and I don't believe any testimony was offered. Am I correct on that, Mark?
Yes.
And then our last meeting, 4:18, it was a continuance that was requested again? Or no?
Yes, there was an intermediate 3-3 vote, so I believe all 6 of you are able to remember that.
Right.
We can confirm that when Drew comes back,
Right.
if you want to move
So when we
forward.
get to the voting aspect, I'll make sure we confirm that as well. Okay, so let me turn the floor over to you. And again, I know who you are, but if you would
Again.
introduce yourself.
Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands Engineering. Tyler is actually in this as well, but he can speak later. So we provided a supplemental letter, again with this one, as well as an updated plan, and I felt there was 3 main comments that arose during the previous hearing. One was the mitigation we had provided was particularly off in kind of the corners of the site. We have spread that more or less evenly across the front being the waterfront part of the property. So we have revised mitigation. There was a question regarding groundwater. I did confirm groundwater. What I found was a little bit lower than some of the existing groundwater measurements we had, but we did also revise the roof systems, especially on the south side of the project, the lower side of the project, to be low profiles drainage structures, and we've identified the different elevations related to those and are comfortable that there's at least 2 feet of groundwater separation on those lower ones, and then the ones in the front of the house towards capstan, those are at quite a bit higher elevation. So we're showing both types of roof drains, but made those revisions. We also just, based on just discussions between this project, many other projects, the applicant has agreed to make the patio areas basically on the water side on the right and the left around the spa as pervious paver patios, so that reduced impervious area for the project. And then lastly, we did submit a waiver request for regulation 25C7C. Again, one of the main compelling needs is, again, health and safety. This house, as well as the last house, has a significant living space well below flood elevation. And within that waiver request, we outlined that, you know, in order to build this house to flood code, the actual living space has increased by about 13%, and because we have to consider this new house has mechanical rooms up within those first and second floors, so the actual usable living space is a relatively modest increase on this property. And with all the other improvements, such as, again, we have an IA system, we have an enhanced buffer zone, we have, most importantly, a flood compliant house that's up to flood code, roof runoff, dry wells. We feel it is a net benefit to the site, and so both feel it's worthy of notice intent as well as the waiver request. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mark. I have just a quick question, just to refresh my memory, because I know Marjorie's going to ask. Do you have the pre and post square footage figures, the replacement and the new?
Should be.
I didn't.
So
Might be on that revised plan, but I don't.
What we typically show in the zoning table
Right.
is structure. So on the existing condition side, it's the light tan colors, and that is, you know, I have it shown in percentage. I don't have the actual number. But the existing structure is 15.7%. Could actually do some math if we need to. And proposed lot coverage goes up to 19.9%.
19.9.
I can.
And that's including the wood deck?
Yeah, so under building code, it's structure, so on the existing, it's
Okay.
all the deck, the spa, even the sheds, and then on the new thing, it's the spa and the decks and the house.
Okay, thank you. Questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'm fine as this project is presented with the changes that, from our
you had
last hearing.
asked for.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Sandy, anything you want?
I'm good as
You're
well.
okay? Aaron?
I'm good.
Okay. Marjorie, I stole your thunder a little bit, but if you have,
No,
if you have
you
some
said,
questions.
you saved me the, we still don't know the answer though,
Well,
right?
we have a percentage figure, roughly a 4% increase, right?
I just did the number. 15.7% is 2,281 square feet.
2,281 is existing.
Yep. And proposed is 2,892.
2,892. Did you get those, Marjorie?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did.
All
I
right.
did. Okay, so, and that still has to go before the Board of Health, right?
Yes, it's in a zone 2. It's restricted to 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, right. I see that. So,
I don't believe,
and-
it hasn't been submitted to the Board of Health yet.
Not yet.
yes, but it will be, and they'll take care of the septic issue.
Yeah, the Board of Health will
Yeah.
review the septic plans and the
Yep.
floor plans, and they'll take care of that on their ends.
Yeah,
And we have the nitrogen figures on this?
and you've got the nitrogen, yeah. So, no, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sarah, anything that you would like to bring up?
Yeah, I'd love to entertain a discussion among the commissioners around the 75-foot buffer. And then,
Sarah, speak up. We're having a hard time hearing her.
you got it, Drew. I'm looking at I'm thinking of the bylaw 172 and the 75-foot buffer, and I see it looks to be a pretty significant increase in impervious surfaces, but I wonder, Mark, could you offer some figures on any increase to impervious surfaces within that 75-foot buffer with the plan as proposed?
So seeing that we didn't need well, we calculated at 2 to 1. We had an increase in mitigation at 2 to 1 because of whatever was new development versus existing versus proposed. It was an increase of 804 square feet, so there is increased area. We did not consider the change of the pervious patio I didn't update that, so that would go back down again. But the structure is slightly moved back. It's basically in the same spot, but for all the other reasons and improvements, and the enhanced buffer zone particularly.
See, and the stonework around the existing spa, is that going to be concrete, or would there be an option for that to be pavers or semi-pervious?
The walking surface can be pervious pavers, yes,
Okay,
for that area as well.
thank you.
Okay. And the figure that's on this revised plan, Mark, 1,611 square feet, that's the total mitigation being proposed?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just looking to see. With these are 4-foot wide access points to the pier ramp and float, and that set of stairs that's going down to the water?
Correct. Yeah, the break in the buffer zone, yes,
Yeah,
that's what that's
okay.
for.
All right, I'm all set. I don't have any further questions. Dan, can I turn to you for any comments you would like to make?
For this, no real comments from my end. Everything was pretty much taken into address for the changes and the revisions, so, yeah.
So we're good? Yeah. Drew, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes, only just to reiterate what Dan said, the concerns from the last meeting have all been addressed. Mitigation has been consolidated to run along the top of the coastal bank instead of being staggered out like it was previously. And they have submitted the waiver for Regulation 25C7C, and no other comments.
Thank you. Okay, from the public, any questions or comments? Seeing none, there's no one else online, Dan?
No one online. questions, no.
But music is gone, and
Stop dialing their numbers.
Dan, could you confirm if there are any restrictions on commissioners that can vote? on this?
For this one, there's not. The next one that will come up where there is one restriction is 48 Greenwood, but for this one, we're good.
yeah, we'll get to that later. So we're good with everybody that's present. Okay. No further questions or comments. I would accept a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for closing issue for 14 Capstan Circle with the condition of to add pervious pavers per Sarah's request versus impervious pavers.
That's around the spa?
Yeah,
Right,
and,
okay.
yep.
Oh, I did neglect to add in my recommendations for the submission of a 3-year signed contract for mitigation monitoring and maintenance, so I would add that in as a recommendation for condition of approval.
Okay, yeah, with the 3-year mitigation monitoring,
3-year, okay,
per Drew's request.
okay. That's it?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Up for discussion, deliberations by the commission. Anything to offer? Question, add to, subtract from? Good. Are you all set, Marjorie?
I am good, sir. Thank you for asking.
Okay. I was gonna check in. All right, then I will take a roll call vote. Sarah?
No.
She's a no. Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
I will vote yes, but only because of the
What about
waiver request.
Marjorie?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me finish. Because of the waiver request for 25 C7C.
Okay.
Marjorie, I neglected to ask for your vote.
As often you do.
It's because I don't see
kidding.
you. I'm
I'm
talking to a
kidding. It's
telephone.
late. I am happy to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the motion then carries with 1 no and the rest yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on. Staircases to the beach.
All this? It's okay.
This is the next one, 126 Shore Drive.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Aaron leaving or just stepping out?
She has to take off.
So
She's, yeah, she's done. She was out for Greenwood anyway, so she would be on for
Okay.
this one, and pretty much that was it.
Okay, so, Alyssa, you all set with that? Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now open the 6:51 hearing for 126 Shore Drive West. Heather Conway, this is a proposed construction of stairs to access the beach. Representative is Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. This hearing is continued from April 18th. It is a notice of intent request, and the DEP file number is 433285. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. For the record, Tim Santos from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors, representing the applicant. Also with me this evening is Large Jensen, the structural engineer. Unfortunately, the homeowner cannot be here this evening, but she is watching virtually through the Zoom link.
She's online, okay.
The last hearing, we presented the project for the beach stairs. There are a few questions and comments by the board members as well as staff. Since that time, we did get a chance, and we appreciate Daniel and Drew meeting with us. We reviewed the structural design aspect of the stairs. We also discussed what I'll call the beach stair labeling, the branding, what sections would be branded or fixed with a label. It would be 126 Shore Drive West. In case of any potential storm damage and the debris did go somewhere, we'd be able to collect it. We also talked about post-storm observation and debris collection. This has all been submitted in a supplemental application. The homeowner's representative would go to the site after any major storm, observe the stairs, collect any debris that might be there, or if the town or someone calls them and says they have debris, they would make arrangements to collect that debris. If the staircase did have major storm damage, they would then go down and talk with the agent, try to meet on site and review what the next steps would be. Lars can discuss the structural system narrative, the design aspect of it now if you want, or we can address your questions. It's up to you. That structural design narrative is in the supplemental filing.
Okay. And Lars, do you want to speak now or later? Or?
Yeah, I would leave that up to you. Good evening, by the way. You know, we try to outline sort of a rationale of why this system, you know, of the selection of the system that we find are an advantage for this stair installation, and that's what you found in the write-up. So, you know, happy to kind of go into some questions maybe in that regard and describe alternatives that, you know, I think were touched on in the first meeting on and why we chose to do it this way or present it this way, you know,
Sure.
rather than alternatives.
Okay. All right. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. We did receive the natural heritage letter. More importantly, they did do a note take, and they just have a few conditions in there, the typical conditions.
Yeah, their condition was mainly the time of year
It was
restriction.
basically
That
a
was
time of
really what
year
it is.
condition, and if,
Yeah, it's the time of year restriction between nesting. It's pretty much boilerplate for any piping plovers.
Correct.
With any construction, especially when it comes to a coastal beach.
Yes.
So that was the deal with that.
yeah, I saw the transmittal letter for that, so I knew we had it.
it was included in my submittal, but also a copy went directly to the staff from Natural Heritage.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. So I'll open it up to commissioners for questions.
I have no questions. I'm fine with the changes presented
Okay.
in the meeting with Dan and Drew.
Okay.
Looks like it worked
And
out very well.
Concerned about the lower section of those stairs.
Yeah, if these guys are fine with it and the
Yeah, I can
construction
speak to that for a
methodology,
moment.
then I can't
Talking
argue
to
with it.
Lars, he kind of laid it out very easily that it's gonna have almost like a trench built inside the middle of the frame. So it's gonna fill with sand. Also, the frame's gonna be one giant piece. It's not gonna be able to come apart. So if it did come out, it would be kind of crazy. But the main idea is if it gets moved, we'll be able to know, and then we'll be able to go on site, assess the damage, especially if there is any to the core logs, and then see from there if they need to go about, you know, fixing it on site or acquiring approval. Is basically where we went from there, and we found that to be a viable option compared to any moving parts or anything like that, because then that will give us an option, a pathway to also go on site, not just to see the stairs, but also see if there's any issues with the dune as well. And since that area is very high maintenance when it comes to sand nourishment, we do want to have more eyes on it. So that's a bonus for us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Marjorie, you all set?
On behalf of the piping plovers, I am.
Okay.
I thank you. Yes, I'm good.
And my question would be, how much of this is going to be quote-unquote labeled? How far up?
So we did talk about that with Drew and Daniel. Basically, the outside stringers, I'm gonna call on the first landing, will be labeled, and then the stringers and I think a certain number of bents that we talked about, or bucks, he calls them bucks, I call them bents, sorry. A certain number of the bucks, which are those main sections, would be labeled on the staircase going down that last final staircase. And that would be the section of the pier if there was damage. Pier, sorry. That would be the section of the beach staircase that if there was damage, that would be the main section.
Yes. And also, I'm sorry, part of that as well is they mentioned they have a property manager pretty much full-time. Not
Yes.
full-time, but that's
They,
always.
they have a property manager that will go out and
Yeah.
review it after
So if
any
there is an
major storm.
issue, it was confirmed with them and the homeowner. If there is an issue during a storm or anything, during the winter, or sometime when the homeowner's not there, or multiple homeowners aren't to report it, we would know right away because the caretaker is checking after each storm as well. So that was kind of a thing that would help us as well. So we wouldn't find out springtime, we wouldn't find out too much later, so.
Is the time period of inspection after a storm, is that something that we would be allowed to condition? I'm not you know, we don't have a regulation for that, but, I mean, we have all kinds of mitigation contracts
Yep.
For successful implementations. So I'm wondering if we would be within our rights to.
Yeah, in this case, I could see an approval letter or just, I don't want to say a contract since she already has a property owner, but a letter from the property owner or the management company, whatever it may be, stating that they go out certain times a year or maybe more in one season. But more importantly, stating that they would go out, say, a day or 2 days or 3 days after a major storm event.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it would be within, I would say 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna wanna know right away if there's damage and what needs to be done.
Yeah, and that could be just conditioned in just a minor letter. I don't want to call it a contract, because it's not she already clearly has a contract with them. So just a letter from them affirming that that would be a 24 or 48 hours. I think that would be acceptable.
That's not a problem.
Okay, I think 48 might be better. These storms sometimes
I think
done after 24.
yeah, I think 48 is going to be good, because especially this past season, not just this area, but town-owned property on South Cape Beach took a hammering, and 24 hours was definitely not a good time for it.
No, it's not a safe time to be down there. Absolutely. Questions or other questions?
I just have one question.
Yes, Sarah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry if it's silly, but
In that mic.
I,
Don't be afraid.
just about construction and where it's gonna be done. Are there gonna be vehicles coming in through the property, or are you gonna be coming along the beach?
No, it's all the construction will be done in an upland location. The box will be built all-site, and they'll be brought to the site. And then everything will come up basically the side of the house, back through the patio, and then it'll be built, everything will be dug by hand and be built right there on the slope.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And do you know offhand the nesting date cutoff?
I do not, but it is in the letter.
It's in the.
They have it all laid out.
August something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in my comment.
August 30th.
Oh,
It's
I'm sorry.
April 1st, August 31st.
August
Yes.
31st, okay, yep.
Yep. And also, just so, and those can be added to as conditions in the order of conditions. And I just wanted to point out that my recommendation labeled number 3 in my comments, that's a boilerplate condition, because I know the commissioners and staff had concerns that if this becomes a repeated damaged structure that, turns out to be more deleterious to the resource area, over time, that the commission always reserves the right to take actions to remediate that situation. And that is a boilerplate condition that we issue in every order of conditions that we issue to applicants. So I just wanted to spell that out for the commission's reference, that underlined number 3 recommendation is something we put into every order of conditions, so to ensure that the commission still has rights to come in and make changes to projects that may be causing systemic damage to resource areas
Right.
that may not be realized at the onset.
Drew, you remind me of one other condition we may want to add was, and I didn't hear mention of it this evening, but we talked about it last time, was just the way that they take care of and dispose of the water in the pool.
Oh, yes, we will make sure to add that condition as well. The pool water emptying, because it was emptied in a way that we would normally not approve. So we can certainly add that in as a condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder. So yeah, and as far as like response time, in response to storm damage, because this is a restored coastal bank, that's part of the protocol anyway, regardless of the stairway. The bank itself is being monitored very closely when it comes to storm damage, because when the span gets taken away, even from minor storms, it's a priority to re-nourish the bank before the underlying core envelopes get exposed from UV damage and further wave damage. So by virtue of that aspect of the bank itself, that's going to lend itself to immediate reaction and restoration of the bank, and by proxy, the stairway.
Right? Okay, good. Good.
All right. I would accept them. Oh, wait a second. I didn't go to the public. Always have to go to the
Yeah.
public. Anyone in the public, in the audience tonight that would like to comment or ask questions about this proposal? Seeing none. I guess we can wrap up the discussion. I'd accept a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 126 Shore Drive West for a closed-in issue with the following conditions. Incorporation of all natural heritage conditions from their letter. That all protocols related in storm damage assessment and repair and identification of structural elements of the proposed stairway be followed. Drew mentioned the boilerplate condition, that's in there, so that's typical. And then all pool water to be removed by a pump truck?
Yeah, full drawdown by a pump truck.
Full drawdown by a pump truck, yeah. I think that covers everything.
Okay.
And that,
Yep.
Those four
Yeah.
conditions.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is
All
there a
right.
second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Up for discussion. Nothing? Good. On that, that pool issue that, you know, I know when it was being presented the last time, I kept looking, thinking, where's the pool come in? I wasn't aware of the fact that the water was released. Is there an enforcement order issued on that, or?
There was no enforcement owner. I couldn't tell. It happened probably last year sometime. It was fully dry. The pump was still in the pool and there was a hose, but the hose was just kind of coiled up, so I couldn't even tell. It did not go down the coastal bank. If it did, we would have been able to tell right away for that.
So we have no knowledge if it was a pool company or?
No, that we don't know.
No.
Yeah, it could have been a caretaker, it could have been a
Yeah.
pool company.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure. But it's clear that that's what
Yes.
went into this order
Yes.
and that won't happen again. All right, great. Okay, no further discussions. I would accept a motion.
we did a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, approval.
Way
It's only
way
5
ahead of you,
past 10.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time, and thank you to staff for
Thank
meeting with us.
you.
Thank you.
Stay away
Thank
from
you so
those-
much.
Stay away from those plovers.
I appreciate the response on all the issues.
Not a problem.
All right. The candidate didn't stay for the whole meeting.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
Given the hour, I'm looking ahead to see if there's any that can be put off, but I guess not.
I didn't understand what you said.
Wants to put off some.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to. We have one notice of intent and 2 RDAs left, so, you know, with the past conversation, hopefully that covers some of the questions, so we will see.
Yeah, let's hope. Okay, well, yeah, let's dig in.
Yeah,
It's just
it's
so late.
It's been a busy night.
Yeah, let's
You know, presentations
Let's
and,
power through.
yeah.
We shall power through.
Okay, now opening the 6:54 hearing for 48 Greenwood Road, Daniel and Joyce Marsters. Proposed raise, replace, and maintenance of a single-family dwelling, new IA septic system with hardscaping and landscaping improvements. Representative is Marsh Matters Environmental, owner of record Joyce A. Marsters, trustee, Greenwood Trust. This is a notice of intent hearing, DEP file number 433288, that is being continued from 4/18. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For your record, Mike Ball from Marsh Matters Environmental. I submitted the notice of intent for the Marsters. We were before you on the 18th of April and heard your questions and concerns and had a great discussion. And Cape and Islands has, I think, done a really nice job in revising the design of the plan to address concerns. What you should have in front of you is a revised plan. I believe it's dated May 2. And you'll also have submittal from Rubin and Rudman dated May 3, which most notably does include a waiver request under Regulation 25, Section C7C, which goes into great detail as to why we believe a waiver should be granted in this case. I'm going to let Mark Dibb just go through all the changes in the design. He'll do a much better job, I think, than I will.
Okay.
Again, Mark. Is this on? This doesn't sound
Batteries
on.
are probably dead by now.
Might be dead.
So yeah, our supplemental letter just addressed some comments. Number one comment was related to the septic system location, the walls that were required on the northeasterly corner. Could we, in the wall with the neighbor, created a kind of a sluice way in between. So what we did was we did slide the septic components as far south as we could. This system still does have what they call breakout requirements with Title V. It means for 15 feet from the end of the system, you still need some fill so that sewage doesn't literally break out the side of a slope. So there is still some required grading needed there. We actually met on site with the owner of 20 Bierce Road, I believe it is, which is the property to the north. They had approved a wall, the entire length of the property, all the way to about 5 feet from the front. With their permission, we believe the two properties can actually reduce wall by approximately 34 feet. That's what there's a 34-foot dimension on the northerly property line, where all the grades, just solely for the septic systems, can just blend together. We feel we can remove that section of wall. The owner of the other property would still have a wall further out. They were previously approved to do some regrading in that area, so they do desire the wall to continue. And basically, we just took the wall along the easterly property line that's needed for the septic system and actually went to the east and ended it there. We did provide a drainage pipe. There's just absolutely, we went around and around. There's no way to get rid of every little low spot that's being formed by these septic systems and the projects. So what we did was show a drain in the wall, basically just at the surface of the ground, that'll tie into the, it's a very small contributing runoff area. It's the neighbor's lawn to on what's called Lot 1. Very small area, so if there's even any runoff from that, it has somewhere to go by means of a drain in the wall over to the dry wells that we're proposing. The other change, we did have new perk test information. We did incorporate some shallower systems and a profile with all the elevations in relation to groundwater. Another change is all of the walkways, driveway would be either a gravel driveway or pervious pavers. There's a number of concrete walkways that have been there forever that would be removed and replaced with pervious pavers. So we've actually been able to reduce impervious area on the site. And lastly, this is basically the last property on this street, lowest property. There is some drainage out in the road. You'll see a catch basin up. There could be, it didn't appear from what I could see, that it appears those function very well. That corner, the northwest corner of the lot, could be the last leftover low spot, particularly on this property, as well as the area, but it did not seem like road runoff would make it there. It seems to be captured appropriately in the road. But we are proposing a bioretention area or a rain garden in that corner, which will have a yard drain in it that will also tie into some subsurface structures, just primarily to drain down anything that might pool there. I do not believe the applicant has a drainage problem there, but as this is basically the last and lowest piece of property on the street on this corner, we did want to include that. So those are the changes to the project. Again, there's an IA system. Roof runoff is being captured. New flood compliant building. It's an existing very small building. It is being increased in size, but again, within typical zoning percentages for the area. And minimal grading, we feel meets the new fill requirements related to zoning, and a flood compliant structure. We did submit a waiver request for the same section, 25C, 7C. Again, the main compelling need is, again, all the livable space in this house is currently below flood elevation, so, and with all the other improvements for the property, we feel we meet the requirements for that waiver. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Mike, are you saying something now, or are you going to wait, or? Mike, no, Mike.
No, I'm all set.
You're all set, okay. All right, then I'll open it up to commissioners.
I'm fine with these changes and the way it's presented, yep. I think they captured all our requirements.
Concerns, yeah.
Yeah, our concerns, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Excuse me 1 minute. Alyssa, did you, I thought I saw your hand go up.
No.
Oh, okay, okay. Thought you were trying to get my attention. Sarah, is there anything you would like to?
Yeah,
ask?
I would agree with Steve on this, but just for the record, either Mark, if you could, what would the increase in impervious surfaces be with the plan as proposed? I know we've switched some of the walkways and patios to pervious pavers, but.
Impervious is actually being reduced over the project.
Very cool. And where are those figures? Are they?
They might not be on the plan, but they are in the waiver requirement, I believe.
I found it.
Sorry, were you looking for me?
I found it.
Yeah,
So it's being reduced from 1,986 square feet down to 1,846 square feet.
Yep.
Is that accurate? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Sandy, any questions?
Going to ask similar question.
So, Mark, my question is, I'm looking at the dry wells, and you said that these have been changed to a more shallow profile, but still able to take in what you project to be the runoff from all of the roof structures and impermeable surfaces.
Correct. Yeah, even the new house is a relatively small house, and you'll see the one system actually has 6 of those chambers, and the other has 2. Yeah, I mean, we're comfortable it will handle the majority of storms.
So, I know historically, there's been flooding issues in this neighborhood. I mean, I've had people send me pictures of kids in boats that are out in the street. So I'm curious, do you have a readout as to what they will take and what they won't take? Is like a 3-inch storm event too much? Is a 5-inch storm event? Did we look at 25-year activity or 100-year? I know that the new regulations are gonna look at NOAA 14 plus rather than the NOAA Atlas, NOAA 14 Atlas, so everybody's concerned about the type of rain events that we're getting, and rightly so. So I know the groundwater elevation is high. I know you've changed the structure of these dry wells, and I need some reassurance as to how much is too much before we begin to have a situation in the streets.
So exact analysis for different storm events has not been prepared. It could be at the request of the commission, or even condition. I don't know what your target is. There's really no specific design criteria for single-family homes, but a 2-year storm now is up to 3.55 inches or something like that for just a 2-year storm. If the commission wanted to condition calculations to show that it meets a 5-year storm, or it's just, professionally, I don't think it'd be feasible even to manage a 100-year storm. It could be for roof area only, but to analyze the neighborhood and, on this property. So, but, we can provide, up to a certain event at your request if needed. But I feel comfortable it would handle, I don't have the calculations to support it, but, 95% of events. And then it does have an overflow similar to if you didn't have any at all, so, damage per se would not happen other than the flooding that could happen. We are in a flood zone. There's no way to handle every storm. So, but I'm comfortable and handle the majority of storms, but we could.
I know the concern was the elevated groundwater, which we know it's there, and now the dry wells are being changed a little bit to accommodate that, which is a good thing. But I'm kind of like shooting in the dark as to how much these dry wells are going to actually hold. And so I feel a little uncomfortable about that. I know the rain garden is perfect. That's a great thing. That's the lowest spot on the property, so that's going to be a catch-all, at least to save some of the water going out there onto the street. Do you have a computer program, keep an eye on this must, that can run runoff calculations rather quickly?
Yep.
I don't want to hold the project up, but I would certainly like to, for my own knowledge, know what these proposed dry wells can hold and can't hold, just so we know where the break-off point is and we can be ready for whatever storm events come along. It's been conditioned as best as can be for the property. The waiver's been filed for 25C, 7C, which is good. I have no other questions or comments. Dan, I think I will go to you.
Just a couple of basic questions, just to make sure. So for that section of wall that the neighbor was agreeing to have, is it already installed or would that be removed? All right, so that would be, that's perfectly fine if that's what the commission wants to agree to, but for that neighbor, I just need him to reach out to me if that's the case and it does get approved that way, so that we could, no, I understand. So I will have to issue administrative approval because he's gonna have to file for a COC for his own property, which that could affect it. So I want to make sure that's all covered. That's all. And then secondly, I also want to make sure this, I know the septic's there and that's all set with the septic, because I know they had to raise it a bit with the original approval for that.
Theirs?
Yeah, they're all set with that. The Board of Health will have no issues.
I assume so. They have their building permit, so they must have gotten approval for it.
Understood. All right, so for that, just if it does go through like that, just please reach out to me so I can get that issued. Last thing I want is someone to have a lien on their house because the COC is incomplete. That's all.
Yeah, just to clarify, I did the NOI for Mr. Betancourt. You saying that because there's a change in the design, reducing the wall length, can that be handled as through the COC process, or are you going to be seeking a revised?
What I've been doing is just doing administrative approval, so it's on the record for both the conservation agent that goes as well as the engineer that goes, so that there's no confusion from either side and no failed report from either side just because they weren't aware. I just do it for a basic housekeeping thing, just to make sure I have all my ducks in a row on my end.
Okay, so administrative approval request with a revised site plan.
Yep. Well, it doesn't need a revised site plan at all. It's just gonna be, he's taking this off, here's the reason, it's perfectly fine, because for our purposes, it makes everything better, quite frankly, especially after everything that's going on. So that, just housekeeping stuff, I wanna make sure we're all clear on that. Again, the last thing I need is a homeowner to run into a hiccup in the end of his game for that.
Okay, thank you. Drew, is there anything you would like to add?
No additional comments other than what I have in my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Comments from the public, if there is any.
Not so much a comment, but I did not get Mr. Dibbs' answer to Dan's question. Section of the wall from the neighbor that's already existing, I think you just shook your head, but I didn't look up.
Okay, can we back up then and get that repeated for our recording secretary?
Was the part about the neighbor knowing?
Yeah, if the wall, you asked him if, the wall that the neighbor agrees, does it already exist?
No.
No,
Oh,
that's all, I just
yeah.
need to clarify, okay, thank you.
On paper,
I like it.
paper wall. So, no other questions? Public satisfied? Everybody satisfied, I guess? I can't see if, oh, yes, sir.
I'd just like to speak in favor of the project.
And can I have your
I'm the
name for the
neighbor
record?
next door, Paul Betancourt, 20 Bierce Road. I'd just like to speak in favor. I think it's gonna help the neighborhood, alleviate some of the water issues, so I'm on board.
And it's your wall we're talking about, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so you're
That's
aware
right.
Yeah, I'm aware.
of what we need to get, okay.
I've talked to them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming in.
All right. He's been waiting all night. It's been a long one. This could be our record. I might just slow things down a little bit to break the record. Okay, no further discussion. I would accept a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for a closing issue for 48 Greenwood Road. And includes the approval of the waiver per C7C. So, this project as proposed.
Okay, and to include the administrative letter for the wall, do we want that in there as well? Or is that just
No,
something?
no, that's
just
something
a
I'll
housekeeping
loop
thing?
around
Okay.
with, most definitely.
Okay, and can we get the drainage calculations as part of the motion? I'd like to
Yeah,
have
that's
them on
okay.
file.
We can provide something on
The
that,
condition of drainage calculations
Just
to
so that
be
we have them on
provided.
file, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
just to show what, as proposed here, what it handles in relation to the roof runoff.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
Yeah, where the break-off point is for the structures that are existing there, right. Perfect. Okay, anything else, Steve? We're good.
That's
the
it.
motion.
Good.
Is there a second?
Second?
Tied. Sarah, I think beat you by a millisecond. Okay, so we have a motion made and seconded.
That one.
Up for discussion. If there's any further discussion by commissioners, we're good? Marjorie, you all set?
All set.
Okay, no further discussion. I'll take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Thank you. Steve?
Yes.
Thank you. Sandy?
Yes.
Thank you. Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I vote yes as well.
Thank you.
Satisfied with the waiver. Thank you. Good. Couple of RDAs.
Yep, 2 RDAs.
Who's presenting these?
So Pete McEntee's online for this, for 45
so
Second.
I'm looking around
Yes.
thinking, okay. I'm going to call the 6:57 hearing for 45 Secaucet Point Road. Gary Lorino Family Trust LLC, proposed septic system upgrade to an IA system. Representative is Engineering Works, Inc. This is a RDA, and I believe the presenter is online.
Yes.
Yes. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, Peter McEntee with Engineering Works representing Gary Lorino, who wants to upgrade his failed septic system, which is basically a cesspool in water, and put a 1,500-gallon septic tank with a combined 500-gallon pump chamber and a sledgehammer S46 pumping over to a leaching field on the opposite side of Secaucet Point Road to the highest point on the property, so that we don't have to add any fill to the property, and we can maintain our full separation to the maximum high ground water. if you have the plans in front of you, then you can see that we're situated between Little River and Warcoit Bay, and trying to keep things in the area where it's already developed, and without going into any areas that are, without getting any closer than we are to Warcoit Bay, and staying as far as we can from Little River. If anybody has any questions.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I'll turn it over to commissioners first. Questions?
No,
We have nitrogen calculations for.
I'm good.
Marjorie's good, Steve is
good.
good. Sandy's asking for nitrogen
I didn't
calcs.
know you
This
were
is a
missing it.
sledgehammer system, right? S-46?
They're in my comments, the nitrogen calc.
Oh, sorry. It's late. Thank you, Drew.
They're also on the screen. Not that you can read them that far.
5.18. Okay, I have a question, Peter. There are several trees that are being removed.
Yeah.
Notably, the 21-inch pine, that's a pretty good-sized tree. I understand they have to come out.
Well,
Is there a plan to mitigate for the loss of these trees?
not at the present moment. We haven't planned for one. That particular 21-inch pine, if you went to the site, it's leaning.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a tree I think is probably going to come down at some point.
Sure.
And the others are just strictly for the maneuverability, the placement of the leaching system and the maneuverability of the excavator as it's digging back to where the distribution box is and the strip out of it. We'll leave it to your discretion as to what you need in terms of mitigation and where you want it, if you want anything.
I remember counting them, but I've lost track of the count, but I can do a quick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them? 7?
Yeah. 6.
6.
Yeah.
11-inch, 6-inch, I mean, they're all pretty good-sized trees, 14, 10. I would like to see some mitigation for the lost biomass, especially where we're between water bodies. We've got the Little River on one side and the bay on the other. There's got to be somewhere on this lot where we can get some mitigation buffer.
Is that something we can work out with the agents? Rather than holding up the approval of this? Or, I mean, I think there's certainly there's a fair amount of open area there that we could provide mitigation.
Right.
Over where the test hole was dug, it's a fairly open area. And along the edge of the clearing where the distribution box will be placed, that's going to be cleared as a result of the machinery being in there. We could restore that area, like a little corridor along that edge of clearing there.
Right. I don't want to hold it up. The quicker you can get that cesspool out of that water, the better. But I do want to see some mitigation. I think with the loss of the biomass that we're going to endure with these trees, something should go back in. But we can work with conservation staff to establish that.
That can be worked with conservation staff. We can look at it, do an on-site before the trees are removed, and then decide where the stuff's going to go and then what's going to go in. For the biomass that's going to be lost, I think the site that you mentioned, Pete, should be sufficient enough to fit what would be needed in that section.
Okay. One more thing, one little caveat I'd like to add to this. I had spoken to Drew earlier today that I had missed a variance request that is needed to be made to the Board of Health for the local regulation requiring a 100-foot separation to a water course. So I've applied for a variance for the leaching system to be 77 feet from, we're calling it the top of the coastal bank there. And we're on the agenda with the Board of Health for that next week. In addition to that, though, there is, am I able to share my screen?
1 second. You want the plan up?
I mean, no, I'm just wondering if I can share my screen with a revision, or would that work, or, no, I guess not.
I'm not that good with technology. I'm sorry.
Let me see.
Why don't you try that, Peter, see if you can.
Dan, all you have to do is click stop share, and then Steve can share. If you bring up the Zoom menu and you see an option for stop share.
Stop share. I don't see that.
No, it has to be on our end, Pete.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it has to be on our computer in the room.
Oh, I see.
Stop
Okay.
share. Yeah.
But you're not sharing it, that I can see.
Yeah, I'm not sharing anything.
Try, Peter, try to see if you can share that.
Okay, let me just see. Yeah.
I think it might go, because you're not sharing anything.
Okay, let's try this.
Maybe not.
Oh, there we go.
Yep. There we go.
Okay, so, the revisions are basically add the local variance request highlighted here and relocate the septic tank. So we've, the homeowner wanted to move the septic tank closer to the street, which actually brings it outside the 150-foot buffer to the salt marsh on Little River, and it will be 125 feet from the top of the coastal bank. So it's a better location in terms of its distance from the resource areas there. But, you know, that pine, I still, you know, would have to go because of the piping. It would be weakening the root system on that by putting our piping going over to the tank.
Yep.
But by putting it there, we provides us with more cover over the septic tank, and provides an easier drop off for the boom truck delivering the tank. So that's a plan I have that I've submitted to the Board of Health and would like to, you know, send to you guys, you know, drop that off for you as well.
Okay.
And of course, we can discuss the mitigation too.
And on the design criteria, Peter, it says 1 bedroom. Am I reading that right?
1 bedroom, the minimum design flow is 220 gallons per day.
220.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't go any lower than that unless it's a accessory dwelling or something, you know?
Right, right. Okay. All right. I have no further questions. Good?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, make a motion for negative determination with the condition on installing plantings for the loss of biomass and in consultation with staff.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. And he's got to get that variance, right? But that's
yeah.
That's a BOH thing.
That's a B, yeah.
Right.
Board of Health.
Yeah, if there ends up being an issue with that, it'll come back to us.
Kick back to us, right? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yep,
She's still there. That's good.
I'm still here.
Trusting you, Marjorie, and I vote yes
I
as
took-
well, so the
I
motion,
took my photo off just so that I wouldn't scare you all.
I can't see it anyways. So motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Take care.
Try it.
Bye.
Moving on. Now calling the 7 o'clock hearing. We're not too early, are we? 112 Captain's Row, Shea Custom Carpentry, care of Ed Shea, proposed installation of a swim spa in place of an existing impervious patio. The representative is BSC Group. Owner of record is Valetta Family Irrevocable Trust. This is a RDA. Good evening. Can I have your name for the record, please?
My name's Hannah Raditz, wetland scientist with BSC.
Thank you.
The proposed project in front of you, as you described, is proposing to install an in-ground pool within a patio. Currently at the site, there's an existing patio, and there was previously an above-ground pool. The above-ground pool has been removed, and the proposed in-ground pool spa is going to be contained within a patio with some work to that patio. As you can see on the plan, there's a little bit of a step, a couple steps around the side of the pool. But this will maintain the same footprint of the existing patio. Another component of this project is to relocate the brick wall on the southern edge of this patio 1 foot landward. So it will just be replaced in kind but moved backwards to occupy that place where the brick wall currently exists. There will be planted a row of northern bayberry shrubs, and restoration will occur around that area. For this project, there will be only reductions to impacts to coastal banks, salt marsh, and riverfront area. So there'll be a total decrease in impact by 16 square feet within the 0 to 75 of coastal bank of salt marsh and the 0 to 100 foot portion of RFA. A line of sediment controls will be installed around the limit of work, which is just the edge of that patio. Very little ground disturbance will have to occur for this project, and it's anticipated that first the brick wall that will be moved landward will be replaced, and then all of the work within the patio will be better contained with that wall replaced. That brick wall is not a retaining wall, it's just a section of the patio. So it's not holding back any land. So there'll be no need to excavate into a landscape feature in the back. The pool, I noticed a note on the plan which we can revise. The note on the plan says that the pool can be drained towards the street catch basin, but I believe the commission would much rather it be vac trucked out and not use the catch basin for such a procedure. That is the main points of this project. I will say this project has not had a hearing with ZBA, but they're in talks right now, just ironing out the final details before they proceed with a hearing with ZBA.
Hannah, can I make one correction, please? This is Bob Follett. I'm the owner of the property.
Oh, go ahead.
It is not an in-ground pool. It is a hot tub.
Hot tub.
It is not going down in the ground. There's no plumbing. It's strictly replacing a hot tub that I've had for the last 15 years, which was on the prior plan, and it's just putting it back, buying a new one, and the old one was disposed of in the last 6 months. It is not an in-ground pool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We all set with what you have? Okay. Let me go to commissioners for questions first.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Sarah, you're
Hannah.
first.
Thank you. So I see on the plan, it does say it's sunken 8 feet?
Sunken 8 feet.
Sunken swim spa?
It's not, he's saying it's above ground now.
He's
Is
saying
that
now
correct?
above.
So I just want to clarify.
The previous feature was above ground. What's
And this is going to be as well.
Hmm.
It's just going to be sitting on a cement slab, which is going to be right on the patio.
The note's wrong.
Okay. Gonna want to fix that.
That's an incorrect note, correct?
I'm assuming so, because I don't see how that pans out.
Yeah, I've talked to Karen about this, and I've talked to Ed about this several times. And I'm the one that designed that page, and it's not going 8 feet down in the ground. It's not going to happen.
No, okay. Yeah, it's
So
8. I believe the dimensions are 8 feet by 18 feet, but it's not, those aren't dimensions in terms of depth. That's just length by width.
That's correct.
And it's above ground, not sunken.
It's above ground, yes.
18-foot long hot tub?
It's called a swim spa, but again, it's like a large hot tub. It's what I had before, and I'm just replacing it.
I see. Thank you.
And it was there for 15 years.
One other question. This part of the Mashpee River, do you happen to know if there's any, what the tidal influence would be?
Tidal influence as in?
As in what we can look to for water level?
Mean high water?
There's a flood elevation, it's 14.
So we're looking in the velocity zone, right?
Well, up to one.
The velocity zone goes partway up the slope, and then the X zone starts about midway.
I see. Okay, got it. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
14. Oh, so that's there.
I see. Yep.
Historic low water is on the plan, and the observed rack line, I'm trying to see if there's high water, but as you can see, the FEMA flood zone breaks on the slope.
Right.
Yeah, it's a steep bank there.
Okay.
All right, so, okay, so you're gonna, so these notes are incorrect. So the one for the drawdown is incorrect, and the sunken is incorrect. Okay, so those will be removed. What's the elevation of the patio?
I don't have the elevation of the patio offhand, but it's my assumption that there won't be a significant change.
That's
Right,
correct.
so-
It's on the existing patio now.
Right, but-
It's been there part of the old conditions.
Right, so do we know what the elevation is? Because I'm seeing 13, and I'm not seeing any grade lines going through the patio, and I see 17 there, going down to 13.
So you need a height of the entirety of the patio?
Well, I'm just saying if the patio's in the flood elevation, because you're saying there's a FEMA flood elevation of 14, but you have 13 at one area, and then you have 17 at another area, but it doesn't say whether the patio's in the flood zone or not.
I believe it's in Zone X, because of Zone X breaking partway up the slope.
Okay, but if it's 14, then you have 13 on one part of the patio, so I apologize, I didn't visit the site because I was out of town, so. Is the whole patio, is it level all the way across from the property line, all the way over to, looks like there's a set of stairs and a little retaining wall by the deck?
Steve, I just put it up for you.
Yes, that's correct. So can you see the lightly colored brick? That's the old spa that was there before.
Okay.
And that wall, the reason that we're proposing to replace it is because some of them have come loose. So we just want to reinforce it to make sure that it stays stable.
Okay, so, all right, so that patio's level all the way across?
It is, except
Okay.
going down to the stairs, which goes down to my dock.
Okay, so it seems to me if the patio's looks like it's elevation 13, so the whole patio was in elevation, will be flooded by velocity wave action.
Velocity is
It-
14.
I don't believe so, because it's sitting on top of the bank, and we've got elevations that are higher above it that go from 17 to 18. I believe it's
Right, but
closer to.
flood waters are gonna come in where the elevation 13 is and flow in across this patio.
Well, elevation 13 is partway up the slope.
Well, I see, where you have top of coastal bank, you have 13, so is the patio at
Top
13?
of coastal. It's different, so it's 13 back on the corner, but it's 17 closer to the patio, so you've got to change, you've sort of got a slope that's doing this,
Right, so,
heading towards the patio.
right, so if you have if you have a storm event with wave action at elevation 14, it's gonna go across 13 and flow onto this patio from the back side.
Potentially.
If I'm,
Can I make a suggestion?
yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Drew.
I think that because it says on the plan, sunken 8x18 swim spa, rebuild wall in existing condition, and since we've received clarification, this will be an above-ground structure, I think it's a continuance is in order to clarify the elevation, clarify, revise the project description that this is truly above ground and no excavation. And let's just cut to that. Let's request a continuance, get that information, and let's move on.
Yep, I agree with you, Drew. I'm fine with that.
Agreed.
Yep.
Can I add one thing on the
Yes.
plan? In front of the retainment wall there is, the coastal bank has been disturbed, and there is 2 vegetable garden beds put in place, but with 6x6 timbers, if those could be addressed as well. It's not on the plan itself. I just went there today. They're brand new, 6x6 timbers right in front of the retaining wall, 2 vegetable beds, with patio pavers on top of the coastal bank, right at the top of it.
Okay.
If that can be addressed as well.
Yep, I'll coordinate with you via email so that we've got that documented, and then we'll reflect that in the plan.
Yeah, and you'll want to revise the information on the plan and revise the project description and the RDA.
Understood.
And capture the elevation of the existing patio.
And for the continuance date, Hannah, would you like to go with the June 13th date? That's the same one with 119 Daniels Island? Or would you like to go for the May 23rd?
We'll go with May 23rd.
Okay,
I
sounds
think we
good.
can
So
turn
the-
this around that quickly.
It'll be May 23rd at 6:39.
May 23rd.
And you're squared away with what you need, Hannah, to,
Yep, I believe so, but I can also send an
We'll
email.
definitely be in touch over that.
Yep, I think we're all set unless the commissioners have any other questions.
no, we need to clean up the paperwork.
Okay,
So I'd accept the motion.
Make a motion for continuance till May 23rd at 6:29 PM.
Thank you, Steve.
Second?
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Any questions, discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Marjorie? No longer with us. Marjorie?
Marjorie, you there?
No, she's gone.
She didn't make it.
We still have a quorum.
We still have a quorum. We're good. I vote yes as well. So the motion carries. We'll see you on the 23rd.
Understood. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
All the janitors are gone, and they wish to tell you that they would like the lights turned off.
I'll take care of it. Message relayed. Thank
We're-
you.
We're good at
Thank
that.
you.
Very much.
We're good at that. The only thing that's left on the hearing list is the certificate of compliance. The agent has stated that it's passed, so I think we're all set with that. Going back to the rest of our meeting, there is one, there are actually a couple of things I do want to get in. I know it's extremely late, but we've had a long night of it. I would like to get a vote to cancel the July 11th, 2024 hearings. I believe the rationale there is that both Dan and Drew will be on vacation.
Yeah, we're taking a break.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Wow.
Same place?
I didn't
No,
think
we
you
did
guys
not
were-
plan it together.
Just
I
happened.
scheduled mine and he had his scheduled as well, so we didn't even know, but that's what it is. So yeah, so we would appreciate if that hearing could just be canceled, not postponed or
Me,
anything.
I've got family and I was gonna have to
Sure.
not
We're
see
good.
Okay, make a
someone.
motion to cancel the July 11th hearing.
Thank you, Steve.
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. I almost said Sandy. Motion made and seconded. No questions. Roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion carries. And the last thing I would like to get in, if we can, the approval of the meeting minutes of 4/18/24. Everyone that's sitting here is eligible to vote on those. I've read them, and they are quite a set of minutes, right down to the maps that are attached, the clickable links. I mean, it's a beautiful job.
Yeah, Lisa's doing a great job.
Did you?
Awesome.
Well, I think
Amazing.
Sarah was Zoom,
Yes.
yeah, and you
Yep.
had her here, just a little
Okay,
bit. That's it.
Zoom next to her, okay.
Yeah, she's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other than that, content-wise, we're good?
Yeah, make a motion to accept the minutes of April 18th.
Thank you,
As
Steve.
presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. Motion made and seconded. All, roll call. Sarah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. So those minutes are in. I would like someone to make a motion to table the rest of the updates. I think.
I do have just a quick reminder for the commission.
Yes?
that as we are approaching the end of the fiscal year, the commission should just pick a meeting date between now and the close of the fiscal year, which is June 30th, for reorganization.
Yes. Yes, we will do that. I'll make sure that that's on the agenda in June.
June, yes, I was gonna say, in June.
Yep.
Then we, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder. Can I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Sad to hear it, but
Second.
thank you, Sarah. Roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion adjourned or meeting adjourned at almost 11 o'clock. Wow.
Yep.